I'm cute.
You're so spoiled. Don't reach. It's extra cute.
The cat envy.
She'll get involved once the violence picks up.
Also,
Right.
like, Alex, you have the opposite, like, bed situation that I have.
I was just thinking about that. That's so crazy.
You have, like, the pillow and flat surface with what looks to be maybe a tucked-in comforter and maybe just a mattress pad because, like,
yeah,
you would live that way.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I have, like, tiered stuff.
The most I have is a blanket, like a throw blanket I have, but I'm currently using it because it is cold.
So that's literally just like the bare ass bed that you sleep on, and then you just toss like a throw. That's a nightmare.
Well, I mean, like,
the demons are gonna get your toes out.
Sheet, comforter, that's it.
No, the foot fetish demons will come for your toes.
Maybe one day.
Maybe one day. I hope so.
That's a nice correction you added on the end. Also, a friend from high school has started playing Among Us with a bunch of her online friends and stuff. And she invited me to the group so that I can, play, we can catch up and stuff. The only times she's called for everybody to play has been at the beginning of, like, the last 4 Wednesday games. So this time I have a bounty out for her head. Every imposter who murders her will receive one compliment. And it will be sincere.
We should play Among Us again, actually.
We should. I know Suzanne's been waiting to murder.
Ethan, the terms and says, come on, buddy.
I have found that the only imposter game I'm good at is that press the button Jackbox game.
Oh, yeah.
I have found that I am a very good liar when it comes to press the button because the hacking strategy where I either make myself look very innocent and immediately throw my ally under the bus. Like, that's what happened, like, the first game we played of it. Like, they started immediately suspecting my teammate, so I just, like, focused all my efforts on making me look as innocent as possible. And then while everyone was arguing, I pressed the button. I was like, listen, what's going to happen is we're going to keep arguing. Like, nothing's going to get done. We're going to get to the final bits, and then he can probably win. I'm just saying we throw him out, and, like, the other person that we suspect. It just got everyone on, like, we need to do this now. Like, cut the shit. Let's actually just, like, finish the game. Then I won. And I did that tactic 2 more times, and people, like, only...
I appreciate your successful murders and Ripley practicing successful murders in the background. She's been eviscerating whatever she's playing with.
She's actually a very intense grooming session right now.
And I definitely saw, like, the back legs paddle for a second.
She does that if she, like, starts, like, gets too close to her head gets too close to her feet. She starts, like, kicking herself.
It's a pure instinct to murder.
So hostile.
She does that and then immediately gets really confused about what just happened. And then she keeps kicking herself and looks really confused.
Yeah, if the kitten gets behind the, like, wires behind my PC, she'll sometimes mistake her tail for the wires and get, like, stuck on stuff, and in frustration will lash out at her own tail and chew on it as if it is a wire that has grabbed her. And then proceed to continue fighting herself because, oh, something's biting me. Yes, you idiot. It's alright, she's just maybe.
Yeah, that would be
a little special.
I don't know why, but Ripley strikes me as the cat. I don't know if you've seen the kitten video where they discover their feet.
I don't think I have.
It sounds familiar.
It does sound.
It's basically a little black kitten grooming themselves, and they're just looking at their feet like...
She has since been spending her time staring at herself in my bathroom mirror. Like, she just...
Okay, self-confidence is important.
Yeah. Oh, and now she's fallen asleep immediately.
What's actually happening is she's just I lost it. Never mind.
Good show. Good show. All right.
There it is. Saying Bloody Mary in the mirror as many times as possible.
She's gonna try and do the phantasmophobia thing to you, where she like walks in the room and she says like some demon's name 3 times, trying to get them to appear so she can dip. But unfortunately, it's not working.
Karen Carter, Karen Carter, Karen Carter. She just
Just
runs.
runs out. Tried to do that to you guys. Never works.
You should only get murdered.
Alex is the biggest baby. The second the lights turn off, he's like, "Oh, I'm gone." It's like, Alex, it's playing with the light switch. Calm down.
But it's scary.
And then we
though.
just hear over the intercom, "Guys, I'm in the van."
To be fair, he also dies the most.
It's karma.
He
Karmic
ditches
justice.
everybody because the light goes out, and then like all our flashlights are flickering. It's Alex, you should come back to the crew. Dead silence. We go back to the van. Question mark sanity. Ah, I see what's happened. Karma.
Just wait. Eventually, they'll make it so the ghost can attack you in the car.
Oh god.
There'll be like one specific ghost that can occasionally like assault you in the van if you're alone.
Or just screams into the camera while you're flipping.
Oh, God.
That would be good, but also like, don't cheat the scares in the game with the jump scare.
Yeah, it's gonna be more atmospheric.
Now there might be a glitch where the ghost, instead of going through the house, just morphs right into the van.
It's trying to keep there.
I just need them to make that glass shattering noise quieter. God, it's so piercing. Anyway, were we here for a reason?
Yeah, to get dressed and be fancy. So, you guys are with Radovan in La Rouge, a large mining town filled with gems and ores and all kinds of high market stuff. It's quite a prosperous town with some of the trappings of civilization, but not all of them. And you guys had each been given an allowance from Radovan to do what you need to do, and some rigorous etiquette training.
They needed it, okay.
And now you guys are waiting for Radovan to get some more funds delivered and to take you all out shopping. I used to have a song from a game because I had the OST disc, and it was just like super 8-bit high bubbly pop town music. Would be perfect in this scene right now.
Is that the same playlist that had like weird chase music in
Yeah,
the
yeah. But anyway, so a couple days go by, and you guys just relax, chill out, buy stuff if you need any. And eventually, you each receive a beautifully calligraphied missive underneath the door, inviting you to a fancy dinner.
So fucking extra.
Signed by your mysterious patron.
Who's this from?
I understand some of these words.
There's a reason Doc asked you early into this campaign if you could read.
Intense reading lessons afterwards.
He should have asked how thoroughly.
He's got the speaking part down, mostly.
Yeah.
It's like the thing, like, it's like the opposite of growing up reading books and, like, I know all these huge words, but I've never heard them said, so I don't know how to pronounce them right. His is, well, I've heard shit said, but I have no idea what the fuck it means. I have no idea what it looks like on paper. Also, like, you're telling me this is etiquette. Yes. Why has it got a bunch of fucking T's in it? Like, too many T's.
Where's the C? Where's the K? How is it etiquette?
Q, and an E, like what?
What is this facade and sigil? This word.
God.
The
He
mighty
purposely
sigil.
pronounces the E on the end of like all of the words for like that are Gabriel specific, and it's like, ugh.
I don't know if you guys heard it, but my brain deliberately tried to make me say sigil correctly.
Oh, really? You haven't purposely mispronounced something before? Constantly?
Many times. Many, many times.
Something like
Not recently, though.
it's a type of bird. What is it? What do they call it?
Oh, the ghost shark?
So anyway, it's not long after that where Radovan comes bursting into your rooms. And he's like, the time has come. We have a dinner party to get ready for. And thus you must look the part.
Oh no.
I suppose.
But I've already got plenty of outfits you want me to wear.
Not enough. Meet me in the lobby in 10 minutes. And he goes on to the next person's room.
Resign yourselves.
And each of you can faintly just hear him bursting into rooms and just announcing what's going to be happening.
Does anyone else in this hotel hear this going on? Have we attracted any attention with this?
Oh, I'm sure.
Do you think Radovan gives a singular fuck? He's also paying for a penthouse. You know who they're gonna kick out? Not moneybags. Very eccentric moneybags.
The guy up
They don't know
top
who
is
he
really, really loud. Well, you can leave because he's paying like 5 times what you're paying.
You're free to find a hotel somewhere else.
Well, we can move you down a couple floors. Away from his penthouse.
So, eventually you all, I'm assuming, gather.
Yes.
Don't have much of a choice. Mishtar knows if she doesn't show up, he'll drag her back.
Wonderful.
He
So,
would never be so crass. He would guilt you for the rest of your life. And he has all of his to spend doing it, and then some.
and for him, it just feels more like a year-long petty grudge. But anyway, once you've all arrived, he's like, so, I have received the money. I have received the information now to execute our plans. Starting off with, we're going to have dessert first. We're going to the men's clothing warehouse. We need to make sure that Arthur gets acclimated to his clothing before dinner. I have a feeling he's not going to be used to stiff, brand new clothes.
Oh, yeah, I think I'm gonna hate this.
Tough is the tiniest, most enlightened expression.
So,
It's still insufferable, though.
our three boys will be first, followed by the icing on top with our two beautiful ladies. We're off! He just turns, his, like, long coat just flares out, and he marches out.
How excited does Hell Knight look for this?
He's just... It's all for the knowledge. It's all for the knowledge.
Well, come on, Arthur. Can't keep you waiting. Because she kind of like does a little jovial push.
Don't jerk your heels. It's bad form.
He begrudgingly follows along.
You guys march through the town until you get to a single nice... It's not the same 3-story one you saw before, but this one is like a very solid, slightly elevated roof and just men's clothing, suits, ties, cavets, all kinds of men's accessories, and hats. The second you step in, you guys feel a surge of energy, as Radovan looks like he's about ready to lift off the floor. And he's like, I've been dreaming of this day for weeks now. Alright. So, trinkets, hats, accessories. I leave this all to you, as he motions to everyone else. For me, I will be working on the outfit for Arthur first. Oh, and don't worry, Arthur. I already have your measurements.
I am beyond uncomfortable.
Oh, don't you worry, Arthur. It's going to get much, much worse. These clothes are going to be so nice, flashy, and restricting.
It's that last bit I don't like. Alright.
And with that...
What does it matter? You shoot fake guns.
I like to have full range of motion when I shoot these fake guns.
I'm going to be delighted to witness this.
He did say he agreed to a vest.
Oh, that's only a part. A suit has many pieces.
Yes, we have to attend to the 5 layers. The coat, the vest, the dress shirt, the undershirt, the undergarments, and the accessories.
Okay, Serena, what do you want to go look at?
Alex, try not to method act too hard. You're gonna start taking viral damage.
To look for a nice hat.
Okay, I guess we'll start there.
Radovan disappears, just eagerly going as if he knows exactly where he wants to go in the shop. Richard is just like very half-assedly looking at various pieces of jewelry or watches or what have you. And he's just like, that's cool. Doing his bare minimum to look like he's participating, but obviously doesn't give a shit.
Arthur's doing anything in his power to make this go along quicker. Wants this to end as soon as possible.
Can help Radovan carry around all of your test pieces. But you might not be able to stomach seeing the growing mountain.
It takes...
He does keep an eye on things. Like, he's perusing, of course, but he's also keeping an eye on what Radovan's picking out.
It doesn't take him long until he finds... He goes for a nice, like leather jacket. It's almost like a very Indiana Jones kind of look. It's like a leather jacket, leather hat. Like a very desaturated, like kind of gray bluish shirt underneath. He holds it up and he looks it up and he's like, possible. Goes on the file. He sets it aside, gets another set. It's a very nice charcoal looking suit with a nice black vest, pure white undershirt with a red tie. And he's like, classy, too businessy. Maybe. And just, he's a whirlwind of activity as Arthur has never seen an opponent move so fast. when it just comes to like comparing skin tone to tie to jacket to shirt.
This is going to be my most worthy adversary yet.
And as he does various outfits, he looks for any kind of inclination of Arthur liking or disliking something.
He's lost, and a lot of the things of like his like, it's very surface level. Like that looks cool, I guess. It's very like surface level and knowledgeable.
There's a moment where he's like, Arthur, take a look at this. And you turn, and it's like, it's almost like a naval captain's jacket. It's just got like gold trim on it and lots of kind of patches and all kinds of really bright, shiny buttons. And
Oh, lovely ambulance.
when he sees your face, he's just like, that's the face I wanted to see. As he sets it off to the side. Not that one. He continues on his journey.
No.
Just that's not gonna show you in a zoot suit. He might make you try one for the giggle.
There's a moment where he gets you like this really nice like cashmere turtleneck and makes you look as like bookish as he could possibly imagine.
Does he remind you of one of your students?
Surprisingly, yeah.
The clothes and mildly pained expression.
Oh yeah, that's very common at the university, especially when we get to finals. Sebastian, or not Sebastian, Radovan, when he finally gets you all nice and set with that, he's just like, oh, the Arthur we never had.
The Arthur you're not going to get.
The answer you never will.
In another world, maybe. As he goes through. And eventually he settles on the nice leatherish jacket he had before. A kind of nice, not like a fancy vest, but like a more workers kind of vest kind of underneath. It's longer, it's not quite as shaped out, but just looks like something you wear underneath to stay a little bit warm but not like have a whole jacket. He gets you a nice faded dark blue shirt and a pitch black tie to go with it, and nice pair of jeans, blue jeans. And he's like, alright, I think this might be the best of both worlds. It's functional, not too much, keep you warm, doesn't stick out too much, lots of desaturated colors, and not only that, but lots of fun places to hang up various accessories.
Arthur's like, I guess looking at himself in some sort of mirror, is like, yeah, I'd wear this.
Oh, the piece de resistance. He goes and he brings out a nice pair of very tailored but not too ostentatious black boots.
He looks very happy to see a nice pair of boots like that.
I think that's the closest thing to a smile we've gotten all day, Arthur.
I'm not one for fashion, but I'm not going to turn down some nice boots. As he looks at his pretty shitty ones.
Let's see. What about the rest of you? Any accessories or hats or anything like that?
Hmm.
Give me a second, gotta look up some men's fashion pieces just to make sure I'm pronouncing everything correctly.
You should be happy, Asa. You didn't get to put on a neck piece. Or spats.
I don't know what spats are.
That's what's missing in
Don't sound
ascot.
great.
Just kidding.
Put them in a cravat.
What was that?
Put you in a cravat. Not supposed to be outfit it was.
The Corvat is like the ancestor of the ascot.
It's a roughly neck piece.
That thing.
Brad of them wears them all the time.
Okay.
Fitting.
Get you a nice bolo tie.
No. Absolutely not. He already looks like the more modern version of the anti-hero gunslinger that rolls into town.
But he does need a black cowboy hat.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
They get you a nice belt and a cowboy hat. You'll be good to go. Just have to have a belt buckle the size of one of your fake guns.
Exactly.
I don't know if this place sells cowboy hats. Closest we'll probably get is an Indiana Jones hat.
I mean, the Stetson is a very common hat type.
Nah, you sure probably hold up a Stetson style hat and go, what about this? Afraid I'm not good at making things match.
Quickly Googling to remind myself what that looks like. I know of the general, like what kind of hat that'd be. I just want to actually picture it better. Because it is like Indiana Jones hat. Give it a try.
A Stetson hat is like the stereotypical cowboy's hat.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
We'll get you a nice hemp weave hat. That would look great. Mix your cowboy with your sun hat. He'll be amazing. It's just one of the first images. Yeah.
And then you got to get him like the little pocket watch chain, but instead of a pocket watch, it's just that it's just that fucking compass.
Might be able to pull off one of those. What's the cap called?
Not like the newsboy one.
Yeah.
It's just, do I want to go cowboy or do I want to go like mobster?
That's pretty much the line you're teetering on.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, at least you'll show up to your vengeance quest looking like an adult instead of a street rat.
Yeah.
The hat I posted, by the way. Never been a fan of the hemp weave hats.
Same. Not a fan of that.
But I think this hat will fit him perfectly.
Alright.
Like Stetson with the black leather braided belt around it.
We're before the fedora cringe times, right?
That was like my one stipulation. If one of you hand me a fedora, it's acceptable.
Which is so sad because most of like the meme hats that went around weren't actually fedoras. They were a different type of hat. They just look similar enough.
I forget what type of hat most of those actually were. I used to know the name of it.
Either way, the hat has been ruined for ages.
Completely.
But yeah, for lack of a better hat, we'll have to go with that.
The trill beam.
That's it.
Oh, an answer. I'm glad you remember middle school and high school cringe.
Yeah, I'm surprised Alex is old enough to know about that.
I'm sorry, but fedora hat men are forever. It's a stain on history. No matter how much you wash it, it'll never go away.
Did you find anything, Serena?
Hello, attendants. Yes. Do you have any jewelry that loosely says lightly for a younger crowd? I'm gonna fuck you up, but more subtly. The suit specialist sits there, scratches their chin. I think we have just what you've been looking for. I mean, it's popular with a lot of the youth nowadays coming out of Carville or Dupois. And he comes out,
Also, it's not Knuckles.
presents a small, like, wooden case, opens it up, and there is various rings with skulls on them, ranging from an ostentatious, like, full silver band with a skull to a much more subtle, like, tarnished, like, almost gunmetal ring with a skull faintly engraved on it. Oh shit. An actual commission of the clothing. Oh, fuck. That's gonna be so hard. I know exactly what it would be,
Yeah.
but finding them all together would be another story.
I think there's actually a site specifically for piecing together outfits and like
Some,
basically.
but most of those are like only for that brand or that store. Unfortunately, I'll find one. It'll be not too hard.
I at least plan for Arthur to wear at least some version of this, like functional version of this, as his look. So at least it'll help when I eventually get this man commission.
Besides the new pair of jeans, everything fits pretty well. Leather is very flexible typically, and they don't quite have the starching techniques that they do nowadays.
Stick a sander to the jeans a little bit, you'll be fine.
But yes, there's Ram finds the nice like tarnished, and the tarnished it's not a shiny ring. It looks like a ring that maybe looks like it might have some age to it. It's like a gunmetal black, so it's kind of like a slightly darker than charcoal. It's got a like skull like facing away, like half skull looking out, but lightly engraved, so you can't see it unless you look at it from just in the right light. Rings are an indicator of influence, and if you're going to be intimidating anyone, having rings tends to help.
I'd prefer that tarnished looking one.
Ah, an eye for subtlety.
Also, I mean, not saying this in character, but I feel like I have some sort of inclination with this metal. Like,
You're just fucking ridiculous. Gun?
need that.
God.
Is that your smoking gun sarsaparilla you're drinking right now, too?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
I saved it.
Child. Oh, we've already covered the Jur baby.
Along with that, you also get a nice pocket watch to put on the inside of your jacket.
Now I'll know the time.
Oh, now he can always fiddle with one.
Gonna be walking down the road in the forest, click, 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 click.
I'll be click, 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 click until Doc snaps. You'll see how well his composure rolls go.
Ah, but you see, I've anticipated Arthur's need to be twitchy. I specifically picked a watch without any clicky-clacky functionalities.
He can also spin the ring.
Yeah, no, he's definitely the one to do the clicking of the button over and over and over. Nope, latchless, slight spring.
Makes it less satisfying.
But Arthur, I'm going to love you so much more. All right, wonderful. You look finished. All right. Let's go to Mr. Hell Knight. I think I have a perfect outfit for you. And he's just like, okay, sure, why not? Shoot, Captain. Radovan comes around. We don't have to do the full montage for Mr. Hell Knight, but he gets for Mr. Hell Knight rather than like the professional teacher attire, he gets him a really nice like autumn night thick sweater, comfy looking sweater, slight cashmere, turtleneck, and a pair of fancy spectacles. Non-prescription.
Oh no, the only thing missing is having another sweater tied over his shoulders.
He looks he goes from like professional teacher to like drinks coffee hippie.
Might be like the love interest in one of those more subtle like Christmas movies on the Hallmark Channel.
Yeah, with his crazy hair, his like super bedhead, still slightly better tended to. Perfect. All right, and now our good friend the Doctor. Let's see. You know, Jacques, I think lately you have been having quite the smile on your face as of late. So
that immediately like makes his expression just kind of squinty in.
Arthur, would you like to help me pick an outfit out for the good doctor here?
Sure.
Phil's desperately trying to have that smile fade and just can't.
You know,
Because I'm watching Alex like slowly come to life. He went from like sunken into himself with like a small smile to, oh yeah, no, I'll do that.
Arthur, what do you think would look good on our good friend Jacques here?
Do take care. He kind of like slides his eyes over to you, and then with a small, threatening smile, just stay away from thinner coffins.
Arthur's actually gonna try to give an earnest recommendation because he does not notice any of Chuck's like malicious enjoyment of it. So he has no inclination for revenge.
That's true.
He's gonna point out things that he thinks, yeah, this might work.
Like?
I don't understand clothing, Cameron.
That's neither would Arthur.
That's a good point. He just like pulls out like some like black suit, possibly that dark one that Radovan showed off. Like this.
Okay, sure. We'll try this one out. Let's see. Jacques, would you be so kind as to fashion this for us? Forgive me if I'm not as hands-on as before.
It's a slightly sour look at that, but no, he will rise in with as much grace and pride as necessary. Will indulge this circus.
All right. The first outfit is a nice prim, business-like suit on Jacques. Nice, thick, like business suit top, black dress pants, nice black shoes, white shirt, red tie. With Jacques' demeanor, he looks like an undertaker.
with shoulder pads.
With shoulder pads. Wonderful, Arthur, wonderful. I think I like this one, don't you, Jacques?
He kind of just
You
Not
like wrong.
he kind of glances down, straightens a little bit. It actually has less fat than I usually use. Though you are the one buying, and as the rest have agreed, your choice, Fizzlehand. If you wish to stop at one, feel free.
I think we'll be kind for now. Someone has to carry this the rest of the way. But I don't know. I think we'll go for slightly more thinning outfits, maybe a pinched at the waists, slightly reduced shoulder pads, and there. Slight tweaks, but I think Arthur has an eye for it. I think if we trained him up a bit. Oh, Anne's pinstripe pants.
Yeah.
Arthur goes from looking like he works at a morgue, or at least like a funeral home, to more proper businessy.
You and Jock.
Paying
Yeah.
someone to put you in an undertaker's care. Yeah. And mostly just kind of shrugs and so long as it's not pastels. You do not want to see what happens to red-toned hair and pastels.
That's fair. Also, that red tie is a bit distracting on your outfits. We'll go with a nice satiny blue or royal purple.
As it looks, I use one midnight tones in much of my clothes.
A nice dark violet. Once you guys have found the proper tie and set piece, now we have the three men all situated next to each other. We have
I mean, look, we're going to different places.
this place has a lot of good men's clothing. We'll have to go somewhere else for our lovely women here, though. But yeah, we have nice, like, business casual cowboy next to sleepy autumn, like, college student next to Mr. Business himself.
A CEO, a well-paid cowboy, and a rumpled hipster walk into a bar.
And Radovan's like, I've miscalculated. You each individual look wonderful, but standing you next to each other, it kind of clashes. You know what? No worries. We'll just have to dress Serena and Ishtar up to make a better transition between them.
If you insist.
I do.
Okay.
And coincidentally, we're going to be going over there. He points over, and that 3-story tall clothing shop boutique that you guys passed on the way there. He's just like, I knew I had an eye for quality, and this is what I was recommended. So, let's go and get Ishtar and Serena dressed up. I'm sorry, Arthur, but I'm not going to be taking any of your recommendations while we're in here.
Oh, all right.
Oof.
Still not insulted because he doesn't pick up what anybody puts down.
Arthur knows as much about women's clothing as he knows about the type of material his clothes are made of.
I would just say he knows as much about women's clothing as he does about men's. No need to get more specific on the details. He asked with a pinstripe once.
You guys never answered that.
No, that's
Do you
fine.
see the pattern on the pants that he mentioned with pinstripe?
Budding minds. He has taken an interest. We have to give him at least some humor. It's any kind of, mostly pants, but any kind of clothing that has a nice thin discreet stripe through it to give it a disruption to a very solid color otherwise.
Then where's the pin?
The stripes are the width of a pin.
Ah. Alright, that
Ah.
makes sense.
There you go.
I had to get emotional support from the therapy cat.
Ishtar.
Yes.
You're a bit more taller than Serena. I think you would look good in some nice businessy type clothing.
Okay.
Dare I? Let's see.
You dare.
I dare. I dare indeed. He disappears into the boutique. The next time you all see Ishtar, she's wearing like a very first ladies kind of outfit. It's got like a nice very like tightly pinned suit top-ish kind of deal. It's pale white along with a very sky blue blouse beneath and ending off with a very nice light gray skirt below and white stockings. You look so professional, and it looks like you would actually speak up in a conversation.
Sure.
Definitely need some kind of necklace.
I agree.
Better pastel, leaning away from the blues and says, oh dear. Lots of them.
How about a nice silver sapphire piece? Or we could do a chandelier necklace. Ooh, no. She wants to be professional.
Ishtar doesn't say it all, but she looks very confused when he mentions chandelier necklace.
So does Arthur. He's trying to picture what that would be.
And I think a darker sapphire to go for the darker blue, or to lean maybe a topaz. A bit of yellow, orange tone, like that, a bit more of a pop.
No, I think we just need to keep with the accents of her hair. Silver works perfectly.
Oh,
Dark
no, I
sapphire would
don't
work.
disagree with silver as a method.
Right. Just dark sapphire, silver, whites, gray. I think that all is what we need. We don't need
Very
contrasting
nice.
colors.
Kat,
Oh.
you were ruining the mood of us talking fashion with your screaming.
I have the perfect piece. Or I know, hopefully they have it. And he goes, eventually comes back with a nice crescent moon silver with several dark sapphire pieces inlaid into it. For the girl with moonlight hair, she deserves a crescent necklace.
Thank you.
I could have gone the very easy round, just like, I get her that outfit.
Yeah, but then it wouldn't have fit because unfortunately this dress is a bit too extra even for what Radman's possibly planning because
You gotta do the gradient.
so not cape.
This would create another extreme that you have to make a gradient for in the party.
That's true.
And go full evening gown if none of us fully dressed want this stuff.
Though that would be a very nice dancing outfit.
It would. It would draw an eye in midst of it.
All right. Well, now that we have a slightly more femme business kind of outfits, we move on to our Sunny Serena.
All right.
Something that says, I have a sunny disposition, but today I'm taking it easy.
I assume this would be between the sets for Arthur and Mr. Helmet.
Yes.
Feeling more comfortable with the bit put together. Perhaps the nice shawl is at least an over-top piece.
I wonder if they have goose feather. Let me see. What kind of color, though? A spring color? No, everyone else has got a lot of winter colors going on. Maybe like a light blue or white.
And if we go too similar to Ishtar, despite the different types, their colors might mute one another out if they're the same.
How about...
Blonde hair and blue eyes matches many things, though. So there's that.
It's true. Okay. He goes off. He eventually comes back with a very, very fluffy. It is a goose feather, like. Oh, what's the name of it? They're kind of like a shawl in a way, where you wear it. It goes over the shoulders. You put your arms in it, but there's no button in the middle, and it goes like down to your butt. And it's lighter than air almost. It's just made of goose down. I can't remember what the name of the outfit piece is.
I mean, I'm sure there's a specific one, but there's shawls with that type of design, so.
Yeah.
Shawl is just a broader category.
It's like a shawl.
The only word that's coming to mind for me is like an overcoat or something similar.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's a light throw armor.
Probably not a shoulder shrug.
No. It's very nice. You put your arms
Obviously, it's a
in.
bathrobe.
The feathers are just, they feel very nice and soft and smooth to the touch.
Miss Shirley leans over to Arthur. How many geese do you think that took?
Shh, let's not get
They like
PETA involved.
That's the like, what is that? The shadow, what council or whatever the Anima has to enforce magic. If you cast too much high-end magic, like they come and kill you. It's like the same.
The powers of the shadow
It's
show. Did you
PETA.
kill too many geese?
PETA gets involved.
PETA.
But
shut
this
up.
goes to the box, so long as it's not swan feathers, you should be fine.
It's very nice. It's kind of just a very light gray piece. He also gets a nice, more not like black dress style, but a nice blouse that's a dark blue in color. And it's just a full length dress that goes down to the ankles. accented that off with just a nice, simple silver braided necklace, and yeah, I think that works. Something that's got a little bit more effort to it, but still seems comfy and easy enough.
How should I wear my hair with this?
The hair, that's right. I just assumed you were gonna wear it down like always. Oh no, we need to go to a hairdresser. Alright, Ishtar. Serena, we're going to a hairdresser.
No.
No.
Okay. Okay.
The men could go to a stylist as well if they feel like they have the need to do so. The outfits were prepared with a more messier hair in mind. Or prim, in the case of Jacques. With that, Radovan just in a dust storm takes off Ishtar and Serena, leaving Mr. Hell Knight Jacques and Arthur.
So the only reason that Jacques lets his hair get especially because it's curly too, like it's got like the wave to it when it's shorter, but the longer it gets, the curlier it gets. So the only reason it grows ever as long as it does is just because people have to wear gloves to even touch his hair. There's the chance it'll kill him. What an inconvenient fucking place.
Yeah.
It very much is.
Can't even go get a damn trim.
It's one of those bloodlines you're like, oh man, this is cool. I can melt people with my skin. It'll be great. And then, like, in role play perspective.
Oh no, I chose it with full knowledge. Like, oh, this is cool. I can kill somebody in a touch. And I can make my character suffer.
But
Little things you forget.
after they're done, Radovan comes back. Ishtar has a nice braid with cute bangs framing the face, and Serena just has the most adorable, like, slightly messy up bun in the back.
Question. Your
Sure.
guys, wouldn't they still feel horns?
I forgot how your horns were orientated.
They're like really.
Hmm.
They're very tiny.
Yeah, they're very tiny. It's like just the bare beginnings of them.
Okay. They probably wouldn't think too much of it.
They'd just be polite and not mention it.
Yeah.
Don't want to insult paying customers. She just has a funky scalp condition. Don't worry about it.
And then, like I said, Serena has the very nice up bun, the loose strand hanging out of it.
So how long has it been since you had your haircut?
Since the razor this morning, I don't know, a few hours.
When's the last time you had somebody cut it that wasn't yourself?
Oh, never.
Come along.
That's all right.
Mr. Hell Knight, you can escape such thing if you would like. At least you brushed some today. And to make Arthur put a little bit more. Yeah, he's kind of just like gives you a look at. How short are you comfortable with it? Versus how long?
I mean, out of my current length, just I guess don't make me bald. I don't want to see my top of my head.
The shoulder length. A shorter trim would be better. Just a cut in general. Mostly because you're certainly not going to go get somebody to cut it yourself. You'll have more staying power shorter. Alright, just sit there and let them do what they're supposed to. And he tells them how to cut your hair. Doc always keeps his long enough that there's a pretty good like side swept to it. You actually get like the shoulder length hair cut down, so you actually have like a cleaner shape to it, but it's not like super blended out because otherwise your hair would grow back like in weird lengths.
Yeah.
So he pretty much just gives you like the best functional cut that makes you not look like, you know, you've been on the road for a year. But that will grow out into something reasonable.
The military kit.
Not all the way, but pretty close. It's very much cleaned up.
Which military cut we're talking? Is it the buzz cut?
Oh no, absolutely not. Nobody has ever looked good in a buzz cut.
There's a few people who can pull off, but it's not a very commonly pulled off look.
No.
And I'm sure they would look better with a different haircut, even if they could pull it off.
Maybe.
It's all personal preference. Some people like the man in uniform look.
No, uniforms are cool. Buzz cut, passionate.
But eventually, everyone is done. It's been a long day of trying on many pairs of clothing, full outfits, different accessories, haircuts. And now Radovan takes you all to Chuck E. Cheese.
Arthur would be delighted.
Hey, look, there's a shooting game here.
He goes straight for the zombie shooting game with the like. Okay, but the important question is: would Arthur pick the bright blue gun or the bright red gun?
He would pull out his own gun, and then we would be like, Arthur, no, no, no!
Or would he be the asshole who just takes both of them?
No, he would take both. That's what he's proficient in.
And then you start it, and it turns out it's like the firefighter game instead.
What are these, like, fake pretend guns? Oh, alright, this is just like mine. It's just
Not well. He uses the fake guns and then actually makes them shoot because he wills it.
No,
Yeah,
worst
no
part
fake
yet.
guns.
He's never seen real guns before, so he just assumes those are what real guns look like. And now every time he spawns his guns, they just look like the Chuck E. Cheese
Oh, they
arcade
just
guns.
new age guns. They really slimmed down the design, huh? Maybe it's like, you know, like poisonous animals. They're bright colored so you know I'm dangerous.
Anybody who actually knows what material stuff is made of is just like, he's firing plastic guns.
And he just killed 9 people in 7 shots. One
Why
of
is
them
it
ricocheted
shots?
10 times.
We need this technology.
He ricocheted a bullet off of his belt buckle. Wise and Shaft just with their head in their hands.
Abomination. Abomination. He stands against everything we've ever fought for. Anyway, he does take you to nice couture restaurants. One that he has heard has some of the best food in town.
You do remember the etiquette lesson from before, right, Arthur?
I remember like a good chunk of it. I've been doing my best to remember.
I was about to say. I just gotta remember those etiquette lessons.
This whole time in his head, he's just like, big utensil to small utensil, big utensil to small utensil. Keep
He
your
actually
elbows
did
on the
make a
table.
genuine effort to remember. So he thinks that all of this etiquette shit's stupid, but he's trying to remember.
And but yeah, so you guys go and you have a very nice dinner out. And to make sure everyone has the utmost fun they can have, Radovan positions Serena between Arthur and Jacques, so that Jacques is not directly across from Arthur, so he cannot see the terribleness of his etiquette, but not close enough to have him peering over his shoulder either.
Does this restaurant have caviar, perchance?
Yes.
He does try some caviar again, because as he says, like, I don't know, maybe I got a bad batch last time.
You did not get a bad batch from
It's-
a 5-star restaurant.
just as salty, fishy, and snotty as you remember.
Are you eating it by itself when it clearly came on something?
Oh, it goes with this?
It's not a shovel.
Oh.
So like restrain himself from getting too snippy. So he gets like, serene. It's actually effective. He's just
But there's still those moments where Jacques is peering over Serena, keeping an eye.
listen, having to break his posture to peer around Serena is half the reason you get through this alive.
In a more dramatic RP, it would be like Jock would look over and then faint. Like wake up, look back over, faint.
He'll never admit it, but he is pleased you retained most of it. As much as you're getting.
As you're all sitting around, Radovan looks around and nods, and he says, "So, upon receiving funds, I've also received some word of what's going on back home. My aunt is currently inactive, so it seems. Not doing much, but I can already say that members of the Amoros family are more likely are beginning to wake up. There's also been some odd occurrences happening around town, and some people have gone missing as of late." So far, it's not enough to really undo anything I've done before, but I think the family is quite not aware of the recent changes I've made.
And unfortunately, there's no safe way for them to find out. They're not going to mill the streets and ask after the tax.
Well, I did write a missive to my aunt that hopefully will arrive to her, stating some of the changes that have been made under my supervision. And we can hope it gets to her. And that's whatever mail carrier makes it out of there in one piece as well.
Is it something we should be very worried about?
I mean, very wary? No. I mean, yes and no. If they were all to wake up, what do we do? You guys have decided that going back wouldn't be the best of our interests, so we continue on as we've been doing. But, you know, it's still hard to let things go. And so I'm doing my best to try to preserve what I've made, but it's honestly all in their hands. The hands of people who don't care, no less. So
The streets were not in waves of blood before, so hopefully they at least remain more subtle. And if only a few have woken, then it should not be too great. If anything gets too far out of hand, you do have Twilight Brotherhood members who seem to circulate in and out.
well, yes, and if the Twilight Brotherhood gets a sense that something is going to happen, they might vacate, or they might try to do something, which is another great concern, that there might be a small war. Some member might think that now is the opportunity to strike before the Vitello really get into it, so. Since my good graces aren't there to smooth things over, I mean, that could just be another antagonizing force.
Yeah, our pastor leads us north, east, so once we're in the area, it's to be able to check in and hopefully stabilize anything for you.
Well, see, now that's the thing. If we decide to go stop by That's going to be a significant amount of time. I would say probably months. Months to get up there and months to get back. If we were to head to Deimos, we could make our way northward from there, and in about 3 months' time arrive in Rosencrantz. Another possibility is to make way to Carville and start port hopping around the coasts.
I believe that we'll already be doing that, as we are on a manhunt, of course. That is goal number one, but after that's dealt with, then Rosencrantz is the next on the timetable. The one benefit of Black Sun's machinations is that they've been doing them for years. They will continue them for years.
Not only that, but you guys are not what they would probably consider a threat.
No.
Considering all in all, from what Mr. Hell Knight has mentioned, he must have received his shipments from a port, and to have the least amount of concern for, what it may or may not have been, it could have been Hongqua or possibly Deimos, considering Carville, despite being the nexus of commerce along the inner sea.
Deimos is in a unique position, given its location strapped into principalities.
Right, and anything that comes in and out of there is being heavily monitored, not only by the various merchants and families in the city, but the church has a strong presence there, as well as members of the empire who wish to unify the regions again. There's just a lot going on there that makes it a key fighting ground, politically speaking. So, we could go to Carville, take a ship to Deimos, followed by a ship to Hongqua, see if we can find a familiar ship, any evidence speaking to anyone in particular, or we could just go ahead straight to Deimos.
What do you think, Arthur?
Do you think Carville is worth heading down? Or do you think you would be more active in Fair? Somewhere less underthumb.
From what Arthur could remember, does he remember going in like a lot in Carville or Deimos at all?
Carville, very rarely.
Very what?
Your ship, while having questionable cargo sometimes, mostly had cargo in the range of like fish or food supplies, good stinky materials that make it harder to detect any off odious material.
Yeah.
And Deimos might have been one of them. You weren't really much of a man for paying attention. Hongqua, you guys have been to plenty of times. But you guys also have been to Port Medell on the northern side of Feon quite a bit as well.
I mean, yeah, that's where he's from.
And, of course, a lot of the more questionable stuff you guys did was done in Dwarnholf waters.
I mean, We spent a lot of our time in Fayon ports, Port Madel. Immediately forgot the other one, it seems. I had it in my head until I started speaking.
Hanqua?
Hanqua.
Then, with the extra supervision in Coven, and given his business, we're likely best to head straight to Deimos, and then visit your ports up there. We'll continue on into Dwanhof if we don't find him there.
Thinking that's best.
Hopefully we don't, so we don't have to endure that swamp again.
I don't know, the wedding there was pretty lovely.
She just has like a smirk.
The less we speak of backwater, alligator shooting, swamp weddings, the better. And that taxidermy attempt. It immediately looks like a little sick. But
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
But the wedding decorations were lovely, at least.
didn't Doc have to help you guys with those? Because you're all shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. The only thing Ishtar did was like put up streamers and stuff because you already saw her confetti experience with a
Yeah, your confetti glue ball that we just like. Doc was like, "Yes, I'll take them." Throws into the woods immediately. Where some small animals probably got stuck to it and died, befitting the cursed object it is. I think it's a gnosis just for how horrible it is.
Ishtar just wanted to help. She created a monster.
No. Well, we created a monster because we created Trick Shot over here.
I still need to test it out.
I mean, you have silent bullets now, so while we're all sleeping, you can always just kind of do off to the side and just ping 19 shots around. But yes, I think that is most likely the most efficient and most likely route. And if he is in Coven, he likely will not remain for long. Too many eyes.
All right. Well, then I say tomorrow we pop ourselves and get ready to leave.
Sounds well enough, and our apologies, Mr. Helmet. It may take a bit of time before you can access more undeath. But a journey into Mars, you should be able to find some things that suit your fancy.
It doesn't matter. In the end, as long as we get to the Book of the Dead, it'll be worth every step.
And if you'd rather avoid the ghosts.
I mean, passing curiosity, yes, but I'm not necessarily interested in the undead. Just undead magics.
Fair.
And this four-fingered man definitely seems like an interesting individual.
Immediately he cheers up.
If you get the chance to study him.
Study.
Nothing too untoward.
Bogart his notes. You know.
But I'm sure if we find him, if he's, well, Arthur knows what the ship looks like. You could always sneak aboard and, well, pirate him back. You may find some interesting things on Black Sun as well.
Maybe. Some manifests, I suppose. Well, in any regard, I'm fine as long as we keep moving in the right direction. Small flights of fancies aside.
Besides the fancy politicking with Vitala.
So, with that, you guys finish your dinner, head off to rest, and prepare for your journey ahead.
Paige may have slipped up 1 or 2 times during dinner, but she was very quick to correct herself.
It's fine.
Just for out of pure. Yeah, but it was more out of pure fear about Jacques going, nope, you did that wrong.
I mean, it would be much more subtle than that. Mostly because, then people would notice too.
Oh, yeah.
You would just get the eye from across the table.
You get that mom look at the grocery store of behave or else.
I rolled for it, and Serena was almost passable.
Almost.
7 off.
Curses.
7 off from an 8.
Oh yeah, you can all roll etiquette if you want. I'm not sure Doc's lessons got you any points in it, but
I'll say you each gained at least a base level of 10.
Oh, I passed.
I forgot to take out my dice for the session, so give me a sec.
I have a 93 on my roll. I could actually double check what skills.
Shocks is a 128.
Jericho's character sheet.
What do you check?
It is a etiquette is
It's an
skill
intelligence.
that uses intelligence. Yep.
Oh, then no bonus.
No one's surprised.
63.
He tried.
You did try. Luckily, Serena is in the way, doing a good job. She got just over an 80. Let's see what Ishtar does.
That's a 73.
You also put in a good effort. It's okay, you're on the opposite side of the table. And as I was saying, it's mostly just at the beginning, and it's mostly directed at Arthur. Because he's more obvious when he's fucking up. But Jacques gets pretty distracted by the conversation. And may or may not be trying to tear his eyes away so that he doesn't have to suffer what he cannot correct. Ignorance is, well, not bliss, but it'll
Your
get
only
you through the
defense,
day.
really.
A roll emotional block.
Composure. Anyway. So, with that, the next day, your wonderful, nice, relaxing time in the city has ended. And you guys are up in your traveling clothes and ready to move on. From there, it's a pretty nice trek. Radovan gets a nice carriage for you all, as there are plenty of carriages between the various large cities of Gabriel and Phaon to some degree. And let's see here. Fortunately, the map I have on the Roll20 does not have the ruler on it. Oh yeah, the Anima book also has the prices on buying nobility.
Find my way to starling etiquette.
You wanna know how expensive it is to become a lord?
Yeah, how much is it?
3,000 gold crown.
Ooh,
Buy
Garvey
yourself a time.
1,000 off.
You wanna know how much it is to
That's so
become an
nice.
archduke?
How much?
250,000 gold crown.
Jeez.
Ouch, that is expensive.
That's what you have to pay to become such a thing.
Yeah.
You must have money afterwards to maintain it.
Like, imagine if Garvey rolled up to session 1 and he's like, actually, it's Lord Garvey, you.
Fucking horrible.
Nah, he's not one to parade his position over people.
He wouldn't.
He absolutely despised people who did it.
No, he did. He wouldn't. He would never use it like legitimately.
No, not legitimately, but he would do it just to be a little like agent of chaos.
He would do it to you guys endlessly. Like, of course he would. He would not do it to
Excuse me,
you.
can you refer to me as Lord Garvey? Listen, Lord Holst, I'm about to chuck you into the bay in Coppville.
Anyone who's like legitimately like, I guess, disenfranchised or not in power, he would never use that against them.
No, he would just use it on people in power just to be a little shit because they wouldn't believe him. But unfortunately, he's right. He does. He is a lord.
The only thing Garvey was hypocritical on was his belief that everything I own is mine, but he also believed that he had the right to take anything that's not nailed down. That is the only like big hypocritical belief he held.
But listen, I deserve it.
Yeah.
I just wanted more than you.
They even have rules for duels, including duels with
Yes, they do.
dancing, swords, and guns.
That's why I brought up duels.
That is still the funniest imagery in my head. It's like, we shall duel at dawn against Arthur. It's just like, all right.
Oh,
I get 20 paces to charge my key and flip around. Let's go.
Just imagine like those games where you just keep shooting the body and just keeps blowing up into chunks and rolling away.
Use the like time pause feature that's in some games and like shoot like 20 times so the time like it takes them to like pull the trigger once. And then they like time snaps back into place and they ragdoll off violently.
I thought he had something better planned. Took 20 damn paces.
Maybe I should have given him more. That must have been pretty impressive, whatever it was going to be. Maybe like full artillery can't like fire.
Just a guy around this time, like holding an Aquarius, and it's just like, this is how you fire a gun, bang. And then Arthur's just like, gun go, brr.
One guy just charges up a whole bunch, and you're like, when do we start? He manifests an entire trebuchet that just like, instead of like slinging it, it just drops it on you. Just slaps you into the ground.
Oh my god, I would like to try, at least for one session, a fucking siege weapon key user. I'm a human siege weapon.
I'm literally a one-man army. Humble brag. But
So-
yes, our travels.
By carriage, it takes you guys 32 days.
It's a lot of days.
Listen, we don't have a flying ship, okay?
Let me double check to see if there's a travel thing for Anima.
I'll be right back.
Alrighty.
Trying to remember where in our other game we were by this time.
Let's see. You guys were traveling. You guys traveled for a long time after.
And then
what
we caught
happened.
up in 2 days.
And then you overtook them in 2 days. It's now the New Year's where you guys are at in that game.
And we're where?
Currently, it is June in this game before the travel. So after this, it'll be late summer.
Excuse me, sir, can I touch a piece of chicken once without you screaming? No. The answer is immediately and earnestly no. Why are you standing over there? You can't jump.
His meow is very cute.
It didn't used to be. When we first got him, he didn't know how to meow. So, and sometimes he still makes a noise. But it was basically like a wow. Like it started with a B. It was really weird. He's gotten much better at meowing because we meow at him and have taught him how to sound like an actual cat. The kitten's fucking adorable. She like trills all the time.
Yeah.
Oh.
Are you really standing reaching for it? Are you kidding me? He's fucking lucky. He's cute.
Oh
Unnamed.
no, Alex is short a cat.
When I got up, she decided she wanted to go hang out in the bathroom.
She has awoken.
I can't see what she's doing in there. If I had to guess, she's around the sink, possibly looking at herself in the mirror.
Has she started having fights with herself in the mirror? She figured out it's her in the mirror.
I don't know what she thinks. She just looks at it all the time.
As long as she's not smashing her head into repeatedly trying to drive off the other cat in there.
That's the thing I'm glad about. I'm glad she doesn't think it's like some enemy cat or something.
An enemy has entered the base. Wee woo wee woo.
Dad, there's a cat in the bathroom.
Looks like Grandma.
The fucking thing.
I'm just like the blink motherfucker video.
It's so good.
It's really good.
And then there's the continuation where the cat gets inside the house. So
That was a supremely ugly cat.
So,
cuter one.
you guys go through the beautiful city of Dupois, the city of swans.
It's home turf, isn't it?
It is.
We're here.
Jock is very aware. Excuse me, sir.
Apparently we have a cat in the carriage. They just decided to come along with us.
But yeah, as soon as they're close enough by carriage to actually see the sights of Dupois, I think that's going to keep an eye out. It is nice to see home after being gone for so long.
Raven offers to prolong a stay if necessary.
Probably better to avoid it. Thus, I believe we are. Yes.
But you promised to show us around. She kind of like does the little fingers on the dress, like kind of twirling a bit.
Cruel, Serena. Cruel. Looks to Radovid and then back out the window and
You did promise.
it's fine. We can stop in long enough to see the croissants, I suppose.
Alright. We'll just book an extra day then on our journey. It's fine. The carriage is not going through, so we're gonna have to get another carriage anyway.
We'll take the time to see the city of swans.
So you
And
guys
before
stop in the
that,
great city of
Arthur,
Dupu.
It is because there are quite a number of swans.
Dupois is the city of White Swan. It is a dazzling metropolis that has gained a prestigious reputation among poets and dreamers all around the coast of commerce. Located in a full, lush meadow with crystalline lakes, and the harmony that can be felt here is greater than any other place in Gabriel. The nobles of the area tell that the settlers that found Dupois were guided to this location by a flock of swans that flew to the lakes. Surprised to find such a magnificent land, they decided to stay here. The city pays tribute to beauty, and its people have a clear obsession with neatness and attractiveness. Strolling through its streets, seeing the gardens in the wealthiest areas, and its white marble buildings can be a quasi-ghostly feeling for those not accustomed to it. In the center of Dupois, there is a large lake of swans, on which stands the Palais du Blanc, a large concert hall of marble and glass. One of the most beautiful spectacles witnessed in the city is the Rain of Feathers, at the time when the swans begin their flights to the mountains, dropping plumage onto the streets. This event is a sign of a good omen, and a great dance is always held in its celebration. The most flourishing industry is glassblowing. Many glasses and the most beautiful decorative figures in Gaia have their origins here. And also here they are made also here is where they make swan feathers, a small hollow glass pen filled with poison that has become very popular between the ladies of Gabriel. I don't know if Jacques mentions that last part there, but
Arthur just immediately avoids all swans because he thinks the swan feather is an actual feather.
There's a weirdly large amount of widows in this city, and we
I feel
can't
like I'm
explain
addicted here.
the chancellor of the city is named Jacques Mordaunt, Count of Dupois, and a mature man, ugly and deformed, whose gift for politics and oratory clashed with his unpleasant appearance. Mordaunt, you guys don't need to know about his personal life there.
Oh no, you're gonna fall into the D&D trap of, and then there's an invisible chest at the foot of the sarcophagus.
Almost.
And then you just go meep.
I'm still so sad it happened.
It's such a terrible place to put that information. Put it in a treasure section.
And yeah, that's pretty much all that's in the book that Jacques may or may not give.
He'll give all the forefront information. He does leave out the swan feather though, just because it's not relevant.
It's very pretty. Kind
That
of
is much the point.
looks at the live swans on the lake.
As opposed to the dead ones. We don't look at those.
I don't want to see the ones in the butcher shops. It's horrid.
An immense amount of money has been pumped into making this city befitting of the land it is set in. And to make sure nowhere else in Gabriel gets quite as close. Not that that's hard. The Roaches need to get far into their progress and abandon any type of cohesive aesthetic. And Cavill is a wreck.
So they kind of do the thing that the lords of Moth were doing, preventing each other from flourishing. Or am I misunderstanding?
Not so much. There is, of course, competition between the cities. Mostly the families in them. Their businesses, of course, but that's anywhere. The real opponent would be fair. Not for aesthetics, but for business.
Hear that, Arthur? Theon is doing very well.
Glad to hear.
Cool.
I have no national pride. Woo.
I love it.
Arthur, the exact opposite of Doc. Like, no, Gabriel is in fact the principality, and DuPont is, of course, the best city. I mean, look at it. Have you seen Cabo? Cringe.
I spent a lot of my time on a boat hauling dead bodies.
And sitting in alleyways near the dock waiting for work.
If I
Twang,
left
twang,
the city,
twang, twang.
I would be killed.
But he did have a life before, so.
How are Radovan and Hell Knight enjoying this little tour of the city?
I mean, Radovan is just on cloud nine. He's happy. It's a beautiful city. It's almost very different. It's like, oh, the birds here, they look so less violent.
They just give us a look, and I believe that for all their beauty, that is the bird you least want to pick a fight with. I mean, the snakes, all of them.
You
Did I
Sure.
hear hiss coming from the water?
No, I've certainly never bothered one. But they have essentially a bone club in their wings that they'll battle you with.
I mean, considering where I'm from, birds try to steal your soul half the time. I would take that any day.
This is outside of Moss. But fair.
And then Mr. Hell Knight is, again, just like not very interested in anything going on. He's like, ah, yeah, cool. Stained glass, great.
I mean, most of this is obviously for Radovan, Serena, and Doc's sake.
Okay.
The paleness of this architecture is like the bones I used to pick.
And while I'm able to show you my city, I'm afraid my home is out of the question.
Oh, how come?
It is outside of Duvasa. The Charbonneau house owns quite a bit of land.
Oh.
And that's the only reason to put a pin in it.
Oh, they have a lot of land. Do they do horses as well, like they do north?
We do not manage all of our land. Much of it is paid out for other uses. It's largely how family comes into power, is through owning a good bit of land or service to the ruling classes. Much of the land closer to the mountains that we own is populated by vineyards.
Darn. No embarrassing childhood stories, I suppose.
Oh my. Is that Jacques Carbonneau? A very prim, proper, youngish noble approaches.
Yeah, I was hoping we would actually get out of here.
It is you. My good man, how are you doing today? I see you're working on a charity case.
He turns to see whom.
It's no one you overly particularly
important.
were familiar with, but an old college mate or university mates. whatever higher education.
It's immediately kind of back of his mind. Not important enough for me to remember your family name.
But his name is John Van Drake.
Van? There's only one Van, not name I know. It's the man I'm trying to kill.
That's my word. Here's avenged. Oh, okay.
I've heard it's been a while since you've been in Dupois. I heard your family's been looking for you.
Perhaps a miscommunication. Unfortunately, with the college's availability, I decided to travel.
Oh, that's what it was. Because I've heard some of the strangest rumors about you. Something about medical mispractice.
He keeps a flat expression the whole time, more trying to look as bored with this man as possible. Though the party can see the normal, like, tenseness to his jaw that he kind of always has anyway.
I heard that you've messed up a surgery so badly you had to leave due to possible charges of mispractice.
I wouldn't be ridiculous. People do like to talk at dinners and balls. Easy to fit into gaps.
I see, I understand.
It would be embarrassing to make a misstep in information.
Well, I did hear that you were quite the medical practitioner. I mean, you weren't too great at fencing, so you had to be good at something, right?
The expression of Miles goes a little bit cooler before he has the famous small smile. Is it? I've certainly heard nothing gilded about any of your particular talents besides abilities to sidestep classes on occasion. I suppose money is more than enough to get through without academic renown.
I know, I'm just trying to say things how they are. I did quite well in those classes, thank you. Pettiness aside, it's good to see you're in good health. I'll be sure to let your family know that you are doing all right. Speaking of, what exactly have you been working on, my good chap?
Some personal research. Unfortunately, the college's education, well, more than the middle enough, does not go into specialist work. Sometime in oh god, where were we?
Sorry?
I was checking something. Sometime in the Illinois, at least, was a change of pace. Still a little quaint.
Well, I'll be sure to give your regards to your father. You don't look like you're too interested in heading that way.
I'm afraid I'm on a tight person's schedule. I'm sure he'd be fine.
Oh, I'm sure. Granted, your family's been not doing too well as of late. The lack of a proper heir and the age your father is getting to now, I think is becoming quite concerned for the estate.
A good thing there is no lack.
Sorry?
A good thing there is no lack of air. I don't need to babysit a house.
Well, well, I see I'm not wanted here any longer. I bid you all good day, and good work with whatever charity thing you're working on there, Mr. Cobno. He turns and walks off.
Have a nice day.
Like with his back to you, like as you go to like lift your hand to wave, Doc actually reaches out and takes your wrist and puts your hand back down. Before immediately withdrawing his hand.
Sorry, he was kind of a jerk.
That is par for the course for everybody with title, money, or power. Or aspiring to either of those, which, of course, is most everyone. As I said, petty things can still mean gestures to the lake beyond. There's actually kind of like a give, though, as you can see, like his foot is actually tapping a little bit. You can hear the slight snick of the metal taps.
Are you sure you don't want to go see your parents?
Oh, I'm positive as to as I want to.
Maybe we should leave before more people try to talk to us.
Oh, that won't matter. The fact that anybody recognized me is, of course, going to spread. Van Drake will milk it for as much as he can. Yep. Sighs. Again, like his normal composure is gradually beginning to like fray itself as he actually like crosses his arms and there's a tap of a finger on his elbow.
Richard just sleepy-eyed, just whistles, and he's just like, okay, now this place is getting interesting.
You be quiet.
Make me.
It does actually like turn like slowly look for a moment. I am not some criminal, Lord. I'm not going to menace you into compliance. I save that for entertainment at Arthur's sake. If you'd like to play with petty nobles, you're welcome to.
No, I think I've had my fill for today.
He just pointedly does not look at Radovid. He's avoiding Radovid. Radovid does not exist. Radovid has been kicked from the party. It's bad enough Serena's here, going like, is everything okay now? Without asking.
Radovid is uncharacteristically quiet, just letting everything go on.
Nightmare.
Serena just looks on concerned and then over to Arthur.
He looks very pointedly like he is trying not to say anything or draw any attention, as he looked really annoyed when that guy showed up.
How'd you guys enjoy my annoying noble?
I was wrong.
You've succeeded in pissing off the monk.
I've met your worst noble.
Oh well, yeah, fucking no.
This is baby one.
This is
baby
just
bad noble.
this is just annoying, like antagonist B. Like this guy's just here to be an asshole. This is his only existence in life right now. Baron Von Philippe is a legend in the worst way.
It's fun. Van Drake's probably what? A third son?
Second son.
Second.
The worst one. Not the baby. Always has to try to one-up everyone around him.
Little children.
This is kind of a little too close to home, guys.
He's also the one that just missed inheriting the estate.
Oh no, he'll still inherit something, just not the main estate.
Yeah. He's second fiddle. He's a backup. He's not going to get a good marriage either.
No, he'll probably get one of the Chancellor's ugly children, if any.
I'd say F in chat, but he also has insufferable and thus does not deserve it.
So, with that, you guys have a nice day in Dupois overall. It is a beautiful city filled with all kinds of nice, scenery and lots of nice glasswork about. A lot of cool little knickknacks here and there, and the streets are very clean. The people are a little snooty.
After that, though, as much as he fucking loathes to do it, Doc is actually going to write something out and pay someone to get that there as soon as possible. No one else will be the first to break news of him even ghosting through.
Okay.
Even if he regrets passing on any information of his whereabouts. Especially not so close.
What do you write in this missive? Van Drake is a liar and listen to nothing he says.
He would never bring up the name. That man doesn't deserve any more of his breath or mind.
No, now he just gets the awkward moment of just like, oh, did you hear? I've heard from Jacques. And they're like, yes, we know. He sent a missive not too long ago. Ah, yes.
Awkwardly shuffles.
That's out of him pretty much.
Exactly.
Yeah. Jacques just has to head him off. The tip is very nice. There's no way Van Drake's immediately going to run there.
No.
There is a definite lack of extra information, but the main consensus is that he is back in Gabriel and has stopped by Dupois, but has a tight schedule with their Rosencrantz. You count as a noble, right?
I mean, technically. Rosencrantz is literally my family's name.
Yes, I know. I just want to mention that. But it's not technically a lie, so. And essentially just kind of glosses over, basically pretends like nothing's wrong, nothing has happened. He's not going to admit it. You'll have to drag it out of him. But does ask after how everyone has taken care after his cousins as well. Basically, the thing you send to your grandma after you've been like shit on by your mom 19 times for not talking to extended family. So you send them the like most stilted, awkward, like it's not a Hallmark card, but boy, this is the family conversation equivalent of doing the bare minimum. Doc's not good with emotions.
And he's even less good with family.
Yes. To be fair, his family is bad with family. But for the first time in a hot minute, he does pull out like an actual like mark for it to stamp it, and then shoots it off.
All right.
Frederick just can't get the drop. That's fine. He'll deal with the rest because his immediate pride demands it.
Costia's silver coin.
It's nothing.
I mean, it literally is like almost nothing.
No. No, there's an
Dale.
extra silver just to be like, and I mean post haste.
So,
Doc is cagey and irritable the rest of the fucking day. And is doing his level best not to look paranoid.
Hmm. Before they get on the carriage, Ishtar would want to go look for something.
okay, sure.
Figuring this is a noble city, she's assuming there's a place she can go to buy wine? She's not sure where to find wine since she's never bought it herself.
Where, and I don't know if you can get wine in fantasy France.
So,
Hey, Ishtar grew up in backwater Christianville.
You know, I know Doc mentioned that there was vineyards that his family fucking owned.
Vineyards, yeah, she's not going to go to your family estate to ask for a bottle of
Well,
wine.
no, but if there's vineyards in the Principality, there's wine in the cities.
You walk up to somebody, you're just like, "Do you have wine here?" And it's just like, "This is a dry Providence. We don't drink swill here."
we don't drink your devil water. So,
Fine, Ishtar would ask Radovan's assistance in going to find a nice bottle of wine for Jacques. How about this? Summarize that, we cut out half the roleplay.
no, you can roleplay. Go ahead.
No, too late. I just had my ass chewed out about the vineyards. I'm done.
No,
Nope.
Kidding.
Nope. She asked for Radovan's assistance.
Whilst going out and looking for various wines, you find that there are various liquor houses. And you find a lot of good wine. One especially that has the Carbonneau name on it.
Mm. Does she go for it?
Alex, put that smile away.
Carbon no, or carbon yes. Just kidding.
I see you all have taken up Van Drake's habit of mispronouncing his surname.
I've never been told his surname. Sad face.
He has absolutely introduced himself by his full name every
Isn't that
every
Carbonneau?
time he has to. It's Charbonneau.
Oh, Charbonneau.
Yeah.
I was close.
Yeah, the R is not actually pronounced, and the C is basically CH.
The Charbonneau wine bearing their family crest.
What is their family crest, out of curiosity? Ishtar's never seen it.
I may have an image.
I don't think I ever gave you the.
No,
Well,
we
I
were
thought
discussing
that-
it. That's right. It was that. So it was. Oh no, never mind. I got it.
You only showed me the
you just don't have the
picture.
white version.
I don't have the white version. No. Well, can post it.
Aha. I just have to save it from being basically a Photoshop thing.
Actually, of all people, Radovan might know what's some wine that Jacques would appreciate and not, critique the whole time.
Ooh, he would probably like a dry wine. Probably dark, but with a flowery taste. Granted, I'm not a wine connoisseur myself, so very uneducated.
Oh, I do remember you asking our opinions on this one. It's been a
And the
minute.
face, just so you guys know.
Just you remember his barely, not at all restrained contempt. And technically, that is the merged crest for the two houses. as arts and Chapanel previously had different ones, which is not uncommon for quests to generally change with generations.
I don't know if it's.
I guess you can post
I
that on the Twitch as well.
Jacques doesn't seem to have the best connection with his family. I don't know if wine from his family's vineyards is going to cheer him up.
It is a complicated thing, I would say. It might be nostalgic and remind him of home in the good and bad ways. A flavor he misses, but memories he could do without. This would be one of the few places you could get it, though.
True. Okay, so go ahead and get the bottle.
Okay. Radovan picks up a nice, aged, more expensive wine, just as an emergency backup. If we get back and Jacques is looking like just distraught and thrown aside, but still stubbornly saying nothing is wrong, he might swap the bottles.
Which is fair.
You just open the door and Jacques' hair is like everywhere, his clothes slightly ruffled, and he's just like, what? He might be like, nope.
Maybe later.
Sort of drawn.
No. Jacques does seem oddly to be having like he's normally kind of just surly natured in general, even when he's like kind of putting it on a little bit extra because you guys are being sappy or some shit. He is keeping it together, but he definitely seems a lot more like keyed up. He's anxious. But he visibly, in terms of like at least his hair and clothes, remains unruffled because that would be ridiculous. What if someone else recognizes him?
How much is the bottle of wine?
5 gold crown.
At least you don't have to fight Radovan to let you buy it after your little conversation in one of the previous cities. I can do it myself.
Yeah,
Not my real dad. Storms off.
Oh, it's about a 500 bottle of wine.
Yeah.
It's very expensive.
As it should be. What did you expect?
A $75 bottle of wine.
Box wine?
I was about to say.
Disgusting. You might as well be drinking grape juice. Arthur Boyce, isn't that what it is?
It's like grape juice with like some alcohol in it.
Richard's just like, no. It's grape juice that's been turned into alcohol.
But like,
Don't you have to add alcohol to it?
like
No, you...
there's no alcohol in grapes.
Oh, God.
Please explain fermentation to Arthur.
You know what
Hey, Gracie.
cheese is?
I know of cheese.
You're the stupidest motherfucker! This side of the inner sea! But only because Garby's on the other side!
Arthur's gonna win like a chess game because he's gonna stress out his opponent that invade.
Yeah, with that, Richard's like, I'm out.
I can just imagine that, like, the chess game where his opponent's like, this man's an idiot, got this in the bag. But then she's making so many horrible moves so confidently that he's like, what is he planning? What is his master strategy I've never heard of? It's like, the horse moves like that, right?
The horse. He's trying to throw me off my game. He's trying to get a reaction. He wants me to lose it. He wants me to lose my cool.
You're the
I
kind of
can't
guy who'd be like,
practice.
if I move my piece like this, would that be a good move in your opinion, or a bad move?
Yeah.
Just
He's trying to
moving
figure
every
out-
piece. Is this a good move? Is this a good move?
Oh, wait.
Reaction.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. The little castle piece doesn't go diagonal. We bring that back.
Oh shit, he knows the word diagonal. Holy fuck. It's evolving.
But yes,
You're
Ishtar,
such a
you
delight,
arrive.
but like you don't have this conversation near Jacques right now.
You arrive with your wine in a paper bag.
She'll wait till the carriage before she offers it to Jacques. Out in the open's probably not the best, given what's recently happened.
Yeah, much better to have like an awkward cart ride.
Stare at Jacques across the way, just giving you the eye for days on end.
Now
She's
they can't
got
even drink it because you're in a carriage that's constantly bumping and moving.
I never said Ishtar any knowledge of this stuff.
There's just gentle sloshing in one of the bags, and everybody's just trying not to like. I hear nothing. I see nothing. Jacques begins to radiate venomous aura. The dark
Yeah.
cloud over his head.
Actually, could Ishtar try something to try and slip it into Jacques' hand without anyone noticing?
In the room you guys stay in that night, you can leave it in his room.
Yeah, she'll just do that.
I don't know if palming a whole bottle of wine is going to be the most discreet thing.
I don't know if he has a sleight of hand for that.
She might have like the slickest slide of hand.
Where'd I get this wine bottle? I didn't notice that at all.
Stealth check.
Is this a message?
Ishtar walks away 280.
Oh god, the family's here. They want me back.
Fuck. They've hired an elite assassin to kidnap me and drag me home.
I am now in love with the idea of an anime Anima character. That's a whole skill set is stealth gifts. Just like we'll slide
Stealth
it into your
gifts.
hand, like 320.
Just make someone feel like they're going crazy by giving them more and more ludicrous stuff.
You have an anime character meant to gaslight everybody. Party members, NPCs, doesn't matter. The whole villain is like having an evil monologue and looks down. Where did I get a friendship bracelet? Hi, can't fight us now. Look, we have matching friendship bracelets.
It's like
It was a 410.
This is gonna be a moment where the DM is just like, so he sets his wine goblet down and stands up. I slip it back into his hand. He points, noticing his goblet, looks at it strangely and sets it down. He points again. The goblet's there again.
He slings it across the room, turns around to point again, the whole bottle.
the goblet's in his seat. I'm cursed. Please, I need someone to
I
join
surrender.
me.
I don't
Help.
know the full extent of this curse yet. I can't be dealing with this right now.
This character would do that thing, like, you know, the thing everyone does. Like, I'm hungry, goes to the fridge, opens it, finds nothing, closes it. A minute, like a few seconds later, opens it up again. Except this time, it's filled with amazing food. Just suddenly.
I know what you wanted. I got you a little gift. Shh, it's my secret. Only my
Ishtar leaves the
secret.
bottle in Jacques' room and then just goes to her room to just read up on her magic books.
Okay.
That'd be such a great personality trait. That was just like, die of my immense secret appreciation. They're just like walking away.
Normally have the rogue like, I sneak attack the mage enemy for 1,000 damage. They're dead in one hit. Instead it's, I sneak stab my friends in the heart with emotional vulnerability and adoration as I drop this really nice magic item that I found into their hand. It is actively belted to the side of their body now.
I slip the bracelet into the pocket. I made it myself.
Just guys, who covered the inside of the carriage in drawings? We don't have a fridge because it's Anima. This is all drawings of us as a family. I'm not very good at art. We've got a little off topic.
That's such an amazing idea for a rogue character, though.
I'm gonna write that down. I kind of want to make that.
Yeah, you have to give somebody like the worst like character sheet, and you're like, oh no, this character is made to abuse the fuck out of all scenarios. They're gonna try and break everything. Nope. Perfectly regular combat stuff. Perfectly normal character. They just happen to be a megalomaniac supervillain only when it comes to giving their friends gifts and like lightheartedly menacing NPCs.
A reverse klepto gifter.
Terrible.
You know, this whole conversation started by, you've heard of cheese, right? I've heard of cheese.
You know what cheese is, right? I've heard of it. I know of it.
This conversation did devolve a few times. I think there was a chat of chess at one point.
Listen, Greasy, this is all a desperate attempt to avoid the fact that Doc is not going to talk about his feelings, nor his family. He will combat roll outside of his window, and away from everybody's feelings. Just forget we're in Dubois, it's fine. We're already leaving Dubois.
That would be when Greasy shows up too.
Yeah, Arthur being a raging fucking idiot. To
So,
all of our benefits.
that evening, Jacques goes into the room and sees a bottle of wine on his bed.
While it is a joke, there is a moment of like, surely no one at this inn has recognized me and decided to put this in here. The fuck would that even mean? Are they trying me? Van Drake was very wrong when he said I was bad at fencing. But calms down, sort of still an anxious mess. And we'll just have to assume that like that seems like something that Radovan would have the money and want to buy. And it better be him or Doc's not sleeping tonight. As none of the rest of them have the taste, or he's not even sure he knows, like, that they know that you can just go to a store and, like, buy wine.
You think for a moment, you stick your head out to possibly ask, and you just hear that they put the alcohol in with the grapes, right? And you just shut your door.
Right, he doesn't get to the cheese part. He might actually snap and just shock Gray in an instant from stress. He quietly closes his door, locks it, and pretends he heard nothing of this conversation as someone is trying to explain why to, we all know, it's gonna be Arthur. He's gonna assume that maybe the two, like, feral children in the party are instead the ones being explained to. That makes this easier to process. And then Jacques fails to get any work done and to pretty much get any sleep.
Next morning, you all awaken, most of you sleeping well, as the beds and pillows have nice feathery down inside. Probably some of the comfiest beds you've been in a while. You guys walk out to the wagon or the carriage, ready to go, and you just see raccoon-eyed Jacques walking out of the house or out of the inn.
No, before we leave the inn, Radovan. Just in case I actually need to borrow something.
Sorry.
I actually need to borrow something. Just in case.
Oh, yes. I know exactly what you're looking for. He turns around and provides you with a makeup kit.
He says, nothing else. Nobody else did it. He leaves back to his room.
It's like he read your mind.
Before they leave, it is politely returned to him with a very tense thank you.
He looks you over. Not bad.
It would not be the first.
Nonetheless surprising.
He kind of looks at him for a moment and just... Helmut was not incorrect about college. It stands like... medical school.
Medical school.
No sleep, only read. And then lab.
So what'd you do with the wine bottle? I'm curious. You didn't drink it that whole night, I assume.
No. That got shoved away like everything else. He didn't throw it away. There was definitely a moment of like beyond the initial like, why is that in my party? One of them, Radovan. It was most likely Radovan. Radovan is behind this. I will assume. It is not the first time. It takes and then goes to put away and spends probably 5 minutes turning it in hand and then puts it away to not be thought about right now. And then thinks about it and everything else anyway. Doc is deeply frazzled.
So,
Not that he gets even his temper in check pretty quickly, but it's not seeming to this time.
Are you okay, Jock?
I'm perfectly fine. In the precise tone of someone not fine.
You know, you can talk to me if something's wrong.
I appreciate the outreach, but I would be more than fine. Family is simply a complicated matter, made worse by station.
Okay. Just try to take it easy, alright?
I am doing my level best. He seems more irritated at himself than at you.
She still looks concerned, but she'll leave it at that for now.
He essentially eventually like starts like at the point of like getting into carriage and stuff, like getting into any travel, he actually is basically doing like the Arthur fidget and just keeps like stopping himself, obviously annoyed, quiet huff, and then starts doing it again anyway.
and with that, you guys head off towards Deimos. Some of the awkwardness fades the further you get from Dupois.
Yeah, it's only for like the first day or two that he's well, the first day that he's that bad, and gradually seems to reel it together.
So
But it takes a hot minute.
So what was all your guys' favorite parts of the city?
The theater was very pretty.
The sites in general pretty good. I don't know. I'm not one for the appreciation of I guess cities, art and architecture and all that.
Richard just smirks. He's like, the people were cool.
Slightly louder tapping from Doc.
He has this face that just he knows what he's saying is inflammatory and he's enjoying it.
Did he level up and decide to take insufferable too?
Nope, but you just have that kind of personality that makes him want to pick on you. The asshole dude who just looks at another asshole and is just like, you.
You've shown a weak spot. Time to pick at it.
Is this annoying you? Is this annoying you? Is this annoying you? But
I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm
But-
about to touch you.
Radovid, and it's just like, the city was absolutely beautiful. There were the swans, the blown glass, various amounts of stand and figurines, and oh, it was so beautiful. And the fact that our little Jacques himself has come from such a beautiful city is only an indication of its quality and of people and class.
It's a shame it was not the right season.
Oh, what is that?
The swan migration.
Oh.
It is as if it snows.
Oh, how romantic it would have been. If I had known better, I would say you would have had some sweet thing on your arm, looking over the various swans, having a nice romantic time.
And an
Hearts
immediate take in his
thrumming.
cheek.
So much.
Yeah.
I bet there are wonderful poems on that time. Young youth romance, the beauty of a swan, innocence.
There are more novels about it than you can shake a stick at, to use one of Arthur's phrases.
It does
Yeah.
sound very beautiful.
It is. The lakes in the area are also very pretty.
That was my favorite part, was the views of the lakes.
There are some where you can take boats through, and the swans are not present.
Oh. We'll have to try that sometime.
I suppose the biggest draw would be to visit when there's actually a performance at the amphitheater.
What do they usually perform there?
Anima sings. Sometimes it is plays, most often it is orchestras. Sometimes there are dances held there. It depends who has booked it. But it is held to a very high standard, and only the best will be accepted.
It sounds fun.
The on season is an interesting time. There are only dull moments if you wish for the peace. Dupont has a unique character.
It seemed like it. There's a few nice people there.
And he's very tense, but he does speak with like a sincere, quiet fondness for his home.
That person had said you went to college. Is there a college there? Or did you go to another place to study?
It is not uncommon for children or youth to be sent to boarding schools and other places in Gabriel, especially if they are going for special training. For example, sending an heir to a school to learn proper fencing, swordsmanship. There are even classes specifically for the arts. Higher training in specific skills is ensure that you have the time, the money, and the renown. It is not an option, it is required to move amongst high society.
Okay. And she just
Politely goes back to her book.
Most of my education was in DuPont. Some in Coffin.
You said Colville's a mess. What do you mean by a mess?
It is just large port towns, like it cities, I suppose, are difficult to keep a cohesive aesthetic in. Every place in DuPont looks like it belongs there. The architecture matches. There is a certain level of expectation. Colville, while it has some nicer areas, has large parts that were quickly built to handle its growth over time. And ports themselves are noisy and often dirty.
Arthur's just nodding in agreement for a lot of what you're saying.
It's unavoidable affairs of work, to be fair. There are far worse cities than Cobham, though. And there are still sites with it, and places of enough renown. It is still in Gabriel. You can always take a ship to see it one day if you are so interested.
Maybe one day. Now's not the best time.
Though I would watch your coin purse while you're there. Garby cackling in the background.
Colville's been tainted for me. Now whenever I hear Colville, I immediately get that anxiety.
Which one? The anxiety of fighting a giant crow monster or Vanderbilt?
Vanderbilt.
To be fair, the crow monster was like out in the boonies.
The Crow Monster wasn't even in Gabriel. It was in Helenia.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we crossed the border then.
Okay.
That was after you guys murdered those Cawville thugs and then teleported them several miles away so they wouldn't be found.
Into the water.
Listen, sometimes somebody can use teleport spells and launch evidence up to miles away, depending on their rolls. And he did. And we ended up running into guards, so good.
Not even guards. That was a full-on battalion, I think.
Oh yeah, it was. Actually, multi.
So, you guys take your carriage ride for the rest of the journey to Deimos, where it is late summer and it's very hot outside. The air is constantly filled with the smell of salty air, and you see a great mixing of a lot of different types of Eastern, Western architecture, large districts, and the fact that the city is split by the Grabar River. It is, like many other port cities, a hustling, bustling city of commerce. A lot of individuals coming in and out, ships lining the docks, and one certain thing of note is a large coliseum that sits centered in the western side of the city. Once you all arrive, Radovan gets out of the wagon with his giant sun hat and says, well, this is the end of where things get cushy, and now we have to worry about the rest of the journey. I've never chartered a boat before.
Oh, Arthur might be able to help with that. She kind of looks over to him.
Jacques does not look emboldened by your criminal history.
I mean, there's no sailing skill. Or, I don't know. There might be one of the hidden ones, I don't know.
I
That's
mean,
right.
navigation is typically the sailing skill.
Well, I have that.
No, but you're
I'm
navigating
sure-
that.
You have it too.
Oh, yeah, you're like way better at navigation than I am. Because I have like an inch, or basically like the little, just the 10 in it.
I mean, to be fair, you guys aren't like fucking piloting a boat. You would be just trying to make sure that you didn't get like, you know, because you knew who to talk to and how not to get scammed.
At least your swimming is probably better than everybody else's.
30.
You know, I would say, like, as a reminder, that most sailors don't know how to swim. Or didn't last time. You didn't need to, unless something bad happened to your boat, and normally it happened bad to your boat out in the middle of nowhere where you were just gonna die anyway.
Depends on where you work.
Yeah.
England, yeah, no, you're not gonna go swimming in northern Atlantic waters.
Yep.
Greece, more likely, the Mediterranean and the such were. It was very common to know how to swim. But we're talking like Western European, then no, most people did not. And the Scandinavians, despite their seaworthy vessels, were very much not into swimming. You can't swim there for more than 10 minutes before dying.
Yeah.
They were masters of the sea, but only in a boat.
Yeah, only above it.
I mean, it's a very good incentive to never crash your boat, right? Or else you freeze.
Do not tip over. Yeah. Doc kind of just sits back, waiting for this to go super awkward as Arthur is made to talk to people to help Rosencrantz find the ship. The power balance begins to return to its rightful order.
Actually, real quick, let's take a 10-minute break.
Okay.
Just to use the bathroom, prep up. Got 1 more hour. I'm also feeling a little sleepy, so I might get something. And then we're going on a boat, maybe. Or maybe you guys just decide to cross country to like Port Madel or Hong Kong anyway. Which is still viable, but
It's up to Arthur and our information gathering. As we are now officially starting the manhunt.
Just don't chop off anybody's arms. I don't know if this party could deal with crack pirates.
you don't want to
but-
want to take a trip with Captain Barnacle and the Crack Pirates.
No, we're not going back to your wild ass campaigns, crack pirates.
That was one of the things that nearly broke Jericho during their journey. Let's not. Jericho eventually just had to say fuck it to whatever was coming on.
We've made a couple mentions that Jacques and Jericho would probably at least agree on some stuff. I think that's probably one of those things.
All right, we'll be back.
I do have like bow skills, and all my bow skill I went down the part of the archery tree in that mod that lets you basically become a stealth archer, because it's just you get a lot of like nice damage bonuses if you're far away, and it takes you like a few seconds to line up your shot. You just get like, and so I cleared out an entire Forsworn camp like in these Nordic ruins just by like I was just perched up on a little thing just sniping everybody as I slowly moved in. Like, it was really
That's one of my favorite parts of Dishonored was just must have been the rats. Walk off. And like that shouldn't be a good thing to say because plague rat swarms are a thing that will mulch you immediately in the game. So be like, oh god, it must be the rats. Quick, get to high ground.
Oh, are you talking about
Dishonored.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was thinking of a different game where the rats will mulch you into piles of flesh.
All right. So we are getting ready to charter a boat for your trip. So, where do you think we should go? Just to Hong Kong and Port Medell?
I'd say yeah, work our way up Fayon.
Okay. Is there... I mean, I'm sure there's passenger boats, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's gonna be a lot of Arthur probably knows this information. I have no clue how to handle boat shit, or even like hire a boat. I don't know, but I feel like Arthur definitely would. He's lived like his entire life in coastal areas. So.
Yes, there are passenger ships as well as cargo ships, and a lot of cargo ships actually kind of double as passenger ships if they're not carrying overly large or.
Might as well make money with your free space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, Devin, are you eating something red, like powder covered?
Yeah.
Okay, so your mouth is just like you just ate a whole thing of lipstick.
Hey, don't judge. But he does them during the breaks is his problem.
I'm trying to
Rather than not doing it.
I was about to say.
not getting into character.
I've started trend. Devin's now starting to cosplay.
I was about to make that joke.
No, I just need you a blonde wig.
You guys don't want to see me in that.
Dirty blonde might work.
It's content, Devin. You have to do it for the content. What if Greasy stops watching because you refuse to wear a blonde wig? Are you gonna take on that fault?
Suzanne is slowly gonna start like sending us like information and Amazon listings for like, hey, here's some stuff that you can cosplay your character with.
No, I don't have to. It's like with Veil Getting, you just start doing artwork. You'll start with one, and then you'll just go down the rabbit hole yourself.
Yo, you know what? I can't believe I just said yo like that. You know what would be...
Oh no, he's gone full vlogger.
I'm sorry, I've been on Twitch and it's starting to infect me.
How's my boy doing?
Anyway, good stream idea. Hey, here's a whole list of items we need to cosplay our characters. You guys just put in whatever we should get for the characters, and we'll make them wear them for their cosplays.
Come on.
Okay, if you do that, be careful what you wish for, because someone might put inappropriate stuff as well, and then we have to worry about censoring that as well.
I would not be too remiss to put like a mosaic on someone, just so that they don't have to wear it. I just put a mosaic and say we wore it.
Yeah. Part of the Twitch game is just the scam. Like, I know that. I learned that from my main man Ludwig.
Hey, I might as well cosplay for Deadlands. Yeah, I'm up for that.
It's really sad. I had a vest, like shorter ones that only go like down to your ribs, whatever. That was originally for maybe like a Spirit Week thing or something like that, like in high school. and it was like the last time I actually grew it all, and it went from snug to holy fuck, it could have doubled as a corset if I didn't think the buttons would give if I inhaled. So unfortunately that got retired. It looked really cool though. But I'm also in the South, so acquiring something suitably country bumpkin would not be difficult. I'm also in a big equestrian area, so
Doubly so, yeah.
yeah.
Yeehaw. Or yeet.
I just noticed in the chat, seems like Greasy and I had the same tattoo idea, because if I'd ever get a tattoo, that's what I would get.
It's pretty cool. I would have reservations about putting something like game
Oh, no,
like
it's not my-
related. And just because like, well, not even just like the embarrassing thing, though. I mean, like supreme nerd man. But like, if they continue a franchise, what if they fuck it up?
That's fair.
Oh.
And
I agree.
Groovy.
No, like if I was gonna get a tattoo, it's always been pretty much the same thing, which is a line work spine down my back.
I
Line work so I don't die, because that would be very painful to fill in.
I mean, my reservation is just like the idea of getting a hand tattoo. Hand
Yeah,
tattoo.
the back of the hands, pretty rough.
Yeah, and also I'm terrified of needles, so.
We'll just get you absolutely fucked up. Make good choices.
The main reservation I've had for a tattoo is I have strict Southern grandparents. If I show up with a tattoo, they threaten to cut it out with a rusty knife.
Then
Yeah.
put it under your clothes.
Yeah, that's the problem, though. Some of the coolest tattoos I've seen are where they can be seen at all times. And I'm sitting there like, no.
Yeah, actually. Yeah, that's very true.
My family could not stop me getting from a tattoo, and that's because my ultimatum is I don't give a shit. If you want me to enter this house, if you want a relationship with me, then you're gonna have to get over some ink, put a couple layers into my skin. What's worth more? And I don't care about what their answer is.
The military has just gotten rid of my ability to give a fuck of what other people think of me. So
Listen, when you have a largely conservative and anti-gay family members, and you're married to a woman, you kind of get over it real quick.
fair.
But our rambling aside, I hope Cameron's ready to measure out once more travel garbage.
Well, it's slightly different on ship, but it's all right.
Okay.
To be fair, that's only important for me to make sure the timelines are syncing.
Yeah, one day they gotta intersect.
Yeah, we gotta have that conversation.
A moment of
That's
horror
true.
as we go, oh no, two Rosenkratzes. Actually, he's Saban. It's like,
Sarebound.
and then you're like, oh no, he's actually down to earth. Holy fuck. He's low energy. Perfect.
I'm looking forward to when Anastasia and Jacques meet. That's going to be an interesting interaction.
Even if they don't get along, there's at least we both have suffered at the hands of our party members. I see.
You have your group of idiots, I have my group of idiots. We have something in common.
Just the
Finwith and Serena are already making best friend bracelets.
Yep, and then
Finwith has
how I'm going to ingeniously mix the two games together so that no one is playing two characters in the same scene, but the parties are adequately mixed. It's going to be a chore. I have ideas already, though. So, anyway. As Radovan and Arthur go down to the docks, they see a large number of ships of varying types. It takes you guys a little bit to find the boatswain's home. Well, not home, but their office.
And I also assume Arthur would kind of know the warning signs of like a scam when it comes to this shit. So he's keeping a firm eye out for all that.
Okay. I mean, where you're from, like, well, not Port Madell, I suppose. I keep forgetting you're not from Normal, but regardless, Phaon still has tons of problems with pirate ships.
Yeah.
But no, typically when one goes to like the dockmasters, the shipmasters, like office, it's a pretty official like city kind of location. So you talk to them, and they usually tell you like, oh yeah, we got some boats, they got some room. It's not gonna be comfy, but you know, you can pay them and hitch a ride. Most of the ships that go through here are either heading west towards like Cawville or even further inland. Or not inland, but further towards the inner sea. And a lot of ships are heading out to the various islands that surround the Pitcher Peninsula. With a good small handful still going out to Hunghua. As despite Deimos being technically a Gabriel city, unlike most Gabriel ports, or Gabrielese ports, Deimos is less stingy about getting their wares from the competition, as it were. So, after talking with a bit, you find you weren't really overly needed too much. Just a simple, oh, okay, yeah, this ship. Okay, sure, we'll leave early in the morning tomorrow. Got it. Alright, cool. And after that, not much of an issue. For the rest of you, Deimos is a large city. Port side, so this is probably the first port city for most of you.
Well, besides Terrasanta.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
that went horribly,
Well,
and
yeah,
we didn't exactly get to the port. There was a whole wall problem.
There was a magic barrier problem.
Dark
Yeah.
attacks just around every corner in the city.
Obviously, the magic force field wall was the main problem. The zombies were actually kind of nice. Yeah. Free XP, right?
Yeah,
There
right.
were not any nightmares upon the smell of like carrion in the distance.
Not hordes and hordes of the undead.
Certainly not intimidating ones down more than 2/3 of your HP in one hit.
Was that a zombie or the man with a gun?
Yes.
So, you guys are free to do what you want, or you guys can just chill out until the next day.
Just sure can't think of anything. Other than just people watch.
There's like a slim chance, but to ease Arthur's own
What am I
answer
missing?
at the situation, he's going to try to gather information
Okay.
about
gonna be
Fritz Van Kuren.
It's going to be a persuasion roll.
I am trained in it.
None of us are Serena. Except Random.
No. What's your bonus, Devin?
A 140.
Yeah, I got a 35. Yo!
Did you overroll?
Fucking open rolled.
Oh, he's been taking notes since we started talking to people in that one farm town.
And then I got a 2.
Oh,
135.
Okay.
No, you got bastarded.
Well, in a uncharacteristically determined fashion, Arthur starts asking about Van Karen and his ship, the Schwarz Krai.
Please spell that.
Make Alex wear this challenge.
Do it.
You just like feed Ripley through them all.
I'd probably find out about money.
Worse yet, paint it up, make it all look nice, and call it Sebastian's L.
God, that's Sebastian's friendship jacket. We're trying to desensitize him to being touched.
He's just sitting there like.
He's like those cats that you put like a shirt on and they just freeze.
I hate this. I hate this. I hate this.
Shh. Would you hate it less if you second, right? No, opposite, more. I mean, he's feeling emotion, but I don't think negative is what we were trying to inspire you guys.
Anyway, so asking about the Schwarzkrai, or Krai. It is a ship that's pretty well known amongst the more underbelly shipping crewmates. It is a cargo vessel. It's relatively small. And doesn't need much more than like a 20-person crew. And it is well known for the black hull of the ship, as it has gone through many years and has been treated with tar to patch up some of the holes or the weathering of the wood. Which you know that Von Karen is a very stingy man, very frugal, and doesn't pay for anything if he doesn't have to. And so he's been wearing this ship down for probably 30 years or more. Not only that, but he refuses to have any, repair dock go over his ship. So, a particularly small black ship. Asking around, you hear that the Schwarzkrai, the ship, has
The Black Crow.
it's a German name. It's the Black
Black
Crow.
Crow.
Yeah.
I didn't say anything.
I went through Google Translate and I was like, what's that mean? I'm curious.
We didn't giggle at you at all.
Hey, and it makes perfect sense for a ship that's essentially a carrion picker.
And you can't look at the meaning of words, except, regular ones that Arthur and you don't understand. And not of names, it could be spoilers.
Ooh.
For people who actually research the names they give characters.
Fair.
Or places.
But it has been here at port less than a month ago. Oh, Vale's camera has turned into something of a horror.
Oh god. It doesn't look it on Discord for me, but it is having a time on the Twitch.
I can count those pixels.
You shush.
So, Alex, you might have a little bit more work. You'll need to put a possible epilepsy warning.
I'm getting like trauma because this just reminds me of the acid pits in frickin' Noita. And I'm just like, oh god, acid hole.
There it goes.
It has been in ports less than a month ago. Last it was seen, it was heading out of the port due east. Due southeast, sorry. To an island called Paradis.
Do I recognize this?
No, you've never heard of Paradis.
And last question.
Yep.
Just thought to ask this. From Arthur's memory, how many of Van Kuren's like crew are there willingly, and how many are there like in situations like him?
Oh, you mean like how he became?
How he actually has like what his crew makeup is like, trying to figure out if like his crew is all made up of like loyal, like, you know, or people who actually like are employed by him, or if he has like a subsect of his crew that's just like Arthur's situation, or if he was like the only one.
You're unaware, because if they were being blackmailed for whatever reason, they were keeping quiet on the matter.
Cool.
But what he lacked in general hospitality, he makes up for in more than livable wages for most of the crew. As a lot of what he does, especially takes you through dangerous territory, and you see a lot of strange ports. A lot of ports that you weren't really familiar with, and you weren't really much of a man to ask questions about it either. But most everyone on the ship kept their heads down, because Van Kuren was, if anything, a taskmaster when it came to making sure everything went appropriately. And with the general state of the ship, it was a very large task to keep her running smoothly, to say the least.
So not loved, but, you know, stable work at least.
Yeah. Then he's going with his current assumption.
He's going, sorry, what?
Oh, I was asking the question so I could update my notes and
I
his
see.
plan. So
Now you just got to decide. I have to find out what the fuck Paradis or wherever it is.
actually, he would probably want to find that out, anyways.
Well, Paradis. Up until recent years, has been a relatively unknown island. It didn't really have a name. It was just a small, barren rock of an island that's not too far from Deimos itself. Maybe a day's travel. But recent news is that an eccentric man has purchased the island and is making massive renovations. Due to your pretty good, surprisingly, persuasion roll, and just kind of continuing along the kind of trek of your journey. I saw, there it is. The island had been bought by an eccentric noble of Gabriel by the name of Gold Collins. Who has been putting out an exorbitant amount of money to bring out all kinds of materials and supplies out to his island, and strangely has been putting out many flyers for female positions called Beauties on the Water.
All right.
Oh, also, you found out that a semi-religious organization called the Moral Order has been actively campaigning against some of his endeavors, calling it obscene and insults towards the Word of God. Not an officially recognized church group.
A bunch of Christian moms.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
It's fucking Gail Waters Moms Against Roadhead. You're like, if you haven't watched that, you should. It's fun.
But this all just makes not a lot of sense. Why would Van Kuren, the man you know who is a body trafficker, if not a trafficker of worse, is heading out towards this island that has been remade by some eccentric, noble, and also seems to have some kind of decadence attached to it, or at least women are being hired for this place, whatever it may be. Currently, though, you also hear that there are not any ships heading out there at the moment. And getting ship out there is going to be a bit difficult.
Yeah.
As it has been openly requested that no one approach said waters. And apparently they have maritime guards to make sure that no one approaches the island uninvited.
All right. This is unprecedented. I've never gained this much information on anything ever. I've never rolled this well in information gathering.
Yep. It's a crazy, crazy world.
Yeah. I'm getting a small taste of what it's like to play a smart character.
More like a face.
Yeah. I mean, it's an intelligence skill, but... Oh, wait. Yeah,
True.
Yeah, it's intelligence.
Intelligence is only a part of it, though.
Yeah. But that's everything Arthur wanted to do.
Doc relegates himself to babysitting any wandering of the city, but otherwise has no specific goals in Deimos.
So, what do you tell? Do you tell those to Radovan? Or what's the plan? Do you guys just keep going west and hope you meet up with them? Or do you guys head to Paradis?
He at least brings it up to everybody, as an option. Van Kuren seemed to visit this place called Paradis. Some
Paradis.
Yeah. He gives the whole rundown. It's some rich noble decided to buy up an island, seems to make it seem to be making it some I don't know, paradise. But
Does someone have a knocking door?
that's me.
That was Alex.
Roommate get food or something.
I don't even know. I just told
Not a spaghetti delivery this time.
No, I would have gotten I would have gotten a message saying spaghetti. And I'll be like, yes,
First
that's right.
time I've ever seen murderous intent in Alex's eyes. It was crazy.
Subversive intent, I was surprised. Whoa.
If you look murderous when you're surprised, Alex, we got some problems.
But yeah. So, I mean, that wasn't his business. So, it's something worth investigating.
Well, an isolated island with limited access could be part of his business.
It's just a little unsettling with what we know of his business, why he would be going there.
Oh, absolutely.
Plus, there's the fact that it's limited. We would have to get an invitation if we want to get there without any trouble.
Or we could just try to barge our way through. I have no reservations with that.
Or try to get hired for beauties on the water, was it?
Doc looks at you. No. Immediately turns back.
Even if it was, it could be a trap for something else if they're with Black Sun.
I do not think that it's a good idea to try and barge in. You said they have maritime guards. I doubt any ship that we are going to take anywhere is going to illegally cross that and risk themselves. And while you might have been a sailor, none of us were, and I highly doubt you did common maritime combat. That didn't involve just, well, when did you develop your fake guns?
A little bit after I got out of the hole.
Besides, they said it was a day from here and they last saw him a month ago. There's a very good chance he's long gone by now from that place.
Less than a month ago, but not a day ago. So
Yeah.
If he regularly moves between different ports, then we can likely find more information at the next. If there's yet another line to release pennies, then we can look further into it, unless you would like to check.
Nah. Let's make our way up to Hankua. And then, yeah, if there's some other connection we hear about, might as well make our way there.
But the more information we have on his more recent movements is still helpful. It gives you something to ask after, to make a timeline of his movements.
alright, good. Then I guess I will not have to cancel the ship we've chartered.
And in case it does come up, he describes the appearance of the ship to everybody. And I'm not gonna try to pronounce that. I cannot pronounce German for the life of me. But if one of you see it before I do, let me know.
Yeah, Jock hears you struggle your way through the name of that ship, and then decides that he would likely butcher it with his accent, so he's just not going to try.
Swartz Gray?
It's not like he wrote it out for you to read. It's the Schwarzkrai.
Swartz Gray.
You just made some sounds that I cannot make.
Schwarzer Kriya.
Fine, look up the actual pronunciation.
Apologies, I also think I have. Did I pick up the German dictionary? I don't think I did, actually. I will add it to my collection eventually.
Doc makes mental note of the physical description of the ship, and that's about what you're getting. But again, you also don't want Doc asking around for information, because he just ends up coming back with, like, a swollen eye.
Or an angry mob.
A swollen eye from someone who severely regrets it.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, no.
Your camera.
Vale's reality is breaking
Curses.
down.
That seemed to fix it.
Well, don't watch it while I'm moving it then.
It was moving. I had to look at it.
What if it caught an angle of a weird spirit that we need to warn you about? You never know.
Would
Oh,
it?
here.
Oh,
Hey, Cameron, hold on for a moment.
things to edit into future episodes. Gotta make a shadow man in the corner now.
There you go. Just for you, Cameron, since you complained.
Oh man, that's gonna be hard to edit in. I know how to do it though.
It's fine. Just don't let Ellen watch it on playback, because that wouldn't go well.
In all honesty, if you tried to warn her about spirits, I'd be more worried for the spirits trying to invade her room.
Oh yeah, no, I'd fuck something up. Mostly because I just don't give a fuck. I'm not scared of ghosts. Mostly because I don't really believe that they exist.
I believe.
And if they do, cool story. Don't fuck with me. I don't fuck with you.
Summed up my opinion on ghosts, like exactly.
That's my opinion on ghosts, religion, and a whole lot more. Don't fuck with me. I won't fuck with you.
Ghosts, religion, spiders, flies.
Spiders I have a far more positive relationship with, which is, yes, murder them all. Yes, my minion. Unless they're somewhere they shouldn't, in which case, alright, miss, I need to take you outside now.
So, with that bit of information, you guys take the rest of the day to do what you need to do. Hang out, relax, pet a cat.
Get some waterproofing stuff.
Maybe get a cat sling in the port.
And begin making preparations for your next day's travel. Excuse me. The ship does leave real early, like an hour before sunrise. So you guys are up early. Richard does not do mornings well. You've seen it a little before, but this is just one of those situations where he just comes out and his normally sleepy eyes just look like he's suffering from severe allergies.
Oh, since it is a new campaign, do we have to do our seasickness check?
Yep.
Obviously, Arthur is exempt.
For everyone but Arthur.
So what's the roll again?
Physical resistance roll.
I mean, I'm not bad at it.
Alright, I was like gonna be perfectly fine and like, oh, that's fitting if Doc didn't take super well to it, but I got a 94 plus his 55, so he is unbothered by the water. It's just good inner ear.
Okay, I needed to change my presence numbers.
Yeah, I think mine's not up to date either.
What level are you?
I'm level 6.
Level 6 is 55.
I just looked it up.
Yeah.
That will be a 94 though.
That is a 105.
Okay. None of you have any peculiar weaknesses to motion sickness anyway.
Sorry, Dawn.
What about poor Radovan or Hell Knight?
That's a good question, actually.
They're both surprisingly well off as well.
Okay.
Hell Knight rolled pretty much what you guys got, and Radovan rolled even better. So
Yeah, I think Doc's total's up to 149.
In a past
He's
life,
fine.
be a sailor.
No,
Plus-
because Radovan doesn't want to be a sailor. Radovan, however, would be like, oh, with those cute little sailor outfits. Maybe.
someone have children for me so I can dress them in these cute outfits.
Just go to a maid cafe, Radovan.
They have those?
Introduce Radovan to the maid cafes at conventions. how to
We
create
need
a
this
problem.
for City Rosencrantz right now. This will improve everyone's level of happiness.
And then you hit him with the cat cafes being a thing as well.
That's morbid. Why would you put cat ears on people like that? That's just gruesome.
No,
Or do the
No,
cafes where you get to have
cats.
lunch with a cat.
it's actual cats.
Actual cat people. The Daima.
No.
Like cats in the cafe with you.
Oh, those.
Yeah.
Everything else, Doc would not even like honor the conversation happening. Except for the last one, because at least it's not dogs.
Oof.
Doc is not a dog person.
So, as you guys get on, you guys are shown to the crew quarters, where you guys have some hammocks set up for you in a relatively clean space. The ship,
I don't like that.
well, it's as clean as a ship can be. There's going to be briny, you know,
I stutter? Doc doesn't like that.
fair. Beyond that, the ship doesn't seem to be carrying a whole heck of a lot. Just some basic looking cargo. But beyond that, doesn't seem to be all too much to it, honestly. It's a very unremarkable ship. Absolutely nothing wrong with it whatsoever. Nothing hidden inside.
Squints.
I start peeking in the boxes.
Oh my god, you're gonna get us like thrown into
No.
the ocean.
No.
He just madly takes a crowbar to everything. They're gotta be here somewhere.
The GM
Why did
said
they take the
something
body?
fishy.
A DM has never said anything with slight implication in tone just to make players nervous. I have never personally asked for a perception check when there's nothing there.
This is Van Kuren's ship. He just painted it to look different. Where are you hiding?
Ha! Come out here, you necromantic. Fuck. Anyway, so, beyond that, the ship gets going pretty quick, honestly. And you guys start sailing along the coast of commerce.
Everything smells sadly like fish and sweat
Better get used to it quick.
with wood stain. Arthur's like, yeah, this is just, I'm used to this. Wouldn't say it brings you back good memories, though, would it?
Nah. He's not look happy.
So,
Talking to what? You on a ship?
the ship sets sail and begins heading eastward. Fortunately for you guys, this particular route takes you through some of the calmer waters of the inner sea. The large islands that kind of surrounds the coast and the shallower waters means for less roughness. And honestly, there's rarely a point where you guys are 100% out of line of sight for lands. Granted, there is points where you get pretty far out and you can barely see land and you're just surrounded by water. And for some of you, this is a very unusual sensation. It's just barren, out in the middle of nowhere, with a horizon that seems to span forever. Crew seem pretty normal. No one does anything particularly fishy. Just keep working the masts and keeping the deck nice and clear of any excess water. It's a very quiet trip.
Arthur spends the majority of his time above deck, watching. Just looking out at the sea.
And you notice every once in a while, every few days, there is another ship or a couple ships that go by. None seem to match what you are looking for. The majority of them are just large galleon type ships that are moving tons of cargo. Most of the ships in Phaon unfortunately need to make longer journeys to any of the other Imperial lands, as Gabriel has almost embargoed them from making trade in many of their ports. And especially for some of the more popular, like East Trading Company and such. Though, you also see some ships that have some very interesting designs, and they're not like the normal ships that you guys have seen. They just have a slightly unique take on them, very culturally different. Unfortunately, traveling by sea is somewhat slow, and it's a little roundabout. So, it starts getting to the chillier months of fall when you guys finally start making the approach towards Hongqua. As it takes you guys 2.5 months to get to Hongqua from Deimos. Is that right? Let me see here. I have the map.
Don would be miserable. He already had to take a 6-month trip.
God, yeah.
That's right, because we left Konthami and took it all the way to Colville. Huh.
But yeah, Arthur does spend the majority of the time watching, scanning.
Doc hates the entire experience. You're going to have to fight to get him back on a ship again. This is so boring and gross.
They start would offer one of her books to read. She knows magic is not Jock's thing, but it's something to pass the time.
He puts up a valiant effort. He breaks easy. Read your beginner's magic books. Make him bitch quietly to himself about how magic, like, is not a science. Like, talk about it like it is. But anytime there's an issue with, okay, wait, but that doesn't work like that. Like, you can't just say 2 + 3 = 4 and have your excuse be, well, it's magic, so.
Well,
Like, there's all this theory, and like it works, it's provable. But anytime there's a flaw or something doesn't line up correctly, they're just it's magic.
I can see Jacques in a debate about magic with a dragon. Like, no, you're not real. You're not scientifically supposed to function.
Your wings are not nearly massive enough to carry your weight.
Even with hollow bones. I don't have hollow bones. Even worse. No, but Doc is somebody who gets like mildly into what he reads. Like, even if he doesn't like it, he's some of those people who will passionately complain about something if like at all prompted. So Hell Knight probably has to suffer some. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? No, the excuse is not. It's magic, and so it works like that. You can't just gloss over things like that. Well, it's your pancreas, so it just works like that. We don't need to talk about what it does or how it does it. It's just there, and it does magic. No, that's ridiculous. You would be laughing stock.
Shock finds the magical scroll truth, and it just says it's magic, and he's like, yeah!
Yeah. God.
Richard just
It's
slow
so
blinks, and he's just like, well, as much as we know about the human body, the world of magic is so vast. We just don't know everything. Sorry if that irks you.
It does. He makes it very clear that it irks him. It does not stop him from continuing to read the books, nor asking questions / complaining about them.
And trust me, there's tons of magus who are looking for the same answers. Granted, a lot of those answers are found in realms of the divine or near the divine.
Oh, that gets him on a whole other level.
Magic is just imitation acts of the gods.
Doc's just digging his own grave with this. And yet, he
Somewhere between all of Jacques ranting, Ishtar is asking Hell Knight questions about magic as well, so it's very interesting to imagine her going, okay, I have a question about this. What the fuck is this for magic?
No, he answers you, and Doc's just like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Also, this thing in this other chapter completely says the opposite. Oh, well, that's for a different school of magic. That's for a different path. And it's like, why aren't they the same? Because they're different. That is not an answer. Doc basically
Because
just takes magic
aspects
101
of
with you.
lights do not function the same way as aspects of essence. When one heals with aspects of lights, they're calling upon positive energies. But when one asks upon aspects of essence, it calls upon the power of being.
The next thing you're going to tell me is that you're going to, if somebody gets hurt, you're going to put a rose quartz on it. Fucking crystal here.
I mean, it's possible. It depends on the quality of the gemstone and how much Xeon you could put into it, but sure.
God, he's so angry. But he just
Poor
won't
Alan.
learn from it.
He has one student he can't convert because he's got two dads looming over her, and the other one is questioning and constantly calling out the bullshit on magic.
I mean, it probably helps you like get a grasp of things better because like Doc is digging into everything that gets brought up. He's just hypercritical of it. So
Yeah.
at least, you know, the answers on the other side are useful. Like,
Oh, yeah.
Doc's gonna be somebody who's like super knowledgeable about magic by the end of this trip, at least like basic levels, who doesn't have any magic at all. And only because out of spite. It's like when you learn all of somebody's like opposing arguments to one of your beliefs, it's like the point that you can cite it, and it's just because it makes you that mad. Like people who like hate like conspiracy theories, but they know all of them. They know everything about them.
Trust me, when you start looking into flat Earth stuff, you learn all their arguments real fast.
And then the experiments they've done that disprove their theories.
Yes.
Disprove.
No, that disprove their own theories.
Oh,
their
okay, yeah,
their
yeah.
hand disprove.
Like
Yeah.
one of them, one of their really big ones, they put a lot of money into, discovered that the world has a turns at a 15% drift, which can't happen on a flat Earth. It was great.
It was like the moment the guy made this discovery. It was there's a documentary on it too.
Yep.
Where the guy was just in there like trying in his head to like just cognitive dissonance, like going really hard to try to like deny this new evidence.
Yep. And then they're like, "Oh, quick, shut the cameras off! Shut the cameras off!"
The worst part is like when the like big heads of a conspiracy like finally like figure it out and they're like, okay, we were wrong about this, guys, and then everyone else is like, oh no, they've brainwashed them.
Yeah,
No.
that happens. That like if you talk to other people about that documentary, they're like, "Yeah, no, that was a thing by Netflix. They were trying to discredit flat Earth." It's like, yeah, sure.
I found a rat in the walls.
Anyway, so as you guys begin drifting towards Hanqua, you see a massive port city, far larger than Deimos. And as the ship is starting to head into port and find an open dock, It takes about an hour just sitting outside the port. They have to send someone on a dinghy, they have to go talk to the dockmaster, who has to set them up with a location. And Arthur, in your pure vigilance, see nothing.
I swear to God.
Except the Schwarze Quarai, docked on the far end of the pier. And the more you look at it, the more you recognize every plank and every cut in the mast of that wretched ship that haunts your dreams. And we're going to end it for this session.
He's gripping the wood, white-knuckled.
We're just gonna find the indents of your hands on the edge of the ship when we pull you off of it.
That's how he does like discovers the ability to just like make himself stronger.
You guys make me so sad. We didn't go to Paradise. It's okay.
We're just gonna get to the ship and it's like, where's your leader? He's like, he retired on Paradise.
Go
On
back!
vacation. Quick, turn around. Have to take the entire 3-month trip back for a thing that was a day out.
But for those keeping track, it is currently mid-September.
Jesus.
Yeah, travel takes a lot of time.
I know, but we started this session in January. Oh no,
No.
we started in June. Yeah.
You started in June. It took you till
January.
July.
Right?
What?
January's our other party, right? I think.
What do you mean? Because, yes, the other party is technically in January now.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. That's where I got my mix up.
But, yeah. And that fateful conversation will be happening in a few months, and I gotta figure out how the fuck to do it. It's gonna be a long video to watch for that one moment.
At least I'm getting some time to get ready to roleplay Angry Arthur.
Angry Arthur.
Pulls out a Sharpie. Sweet.
Would Arthur know what a Sharpie is?
Slams its head down. Little post-it note eyebrows.
I'm glad I could make your mood a little brighter, Alex.
You're lucky I just finished writing out my angry notes.
Broke him out of character. His immersion, Devin.
His immersion.
My immersion.
Alright, let's go ahead and do experience, shall we? A lot of roleplay and some slight torture on the player's behalf as they're all made to wear wonderful outfits. I'll give you guys 25 experience points for the trouble. 3
Okay.
experience points for being here. No difficult actions, no good ideas or plans, no combats. The face sword goes to Arthur.
And then it never happened again.
This is unprecedented as well. I've never got this reward.
A symbol of the end times. Also, kitten, please don't knock anything down over there.
Also, just
Not that she can hear me, because she's
Has Alex really not gotten this award before?
or if it has, it was so rare it basically doesn't count.
Well, you got like 10 episodes you can look through on YouTube.
Yeah, I was about to say you got it a couple times with Garvey and stuff. Bam!
Though, just make sure it's 15 XP at the beginning, right?
25.
25. Okay.
25 plus 3 plus player award.
I knew there was a 5 I just didn't know where it was.
Hey, you want to cheat yourself out of 10 experience? That's no skin off my nose. The Pity Award is going to the person currently dealing with the Devil Cats. Hey, Jacques, welcome back for the Pity Award. For going home.
But not going home.
But not going home.
Very quickly, XD stage right. It's fine. He's just gonna keep mounting consequences on himself.
It's okay. He'll never have to deal with it. Not in this game.
Oh, he'll never get a missive back or anything.
Never. What kind of DM? Do I look like a DM who cares about your backstories?
You know, what kind of fucking DM, like, drags somebody to their hometown to face, like, backstory stuff? Deal with family. Like, living PC family? Who has that these days?
Looks at Anastasia.
Yeah, your family and Harmonica could be an issue.
Technically, they're comatose still, so as far as he knows, they're still asleep.
Yeah, sure.
Dealing
So,
with
maybe.
Anastasia's family is gonna be real interesting.
Yeah, y'all might get along. Who knows?
Rather than convinced we're not going to end up helping him with any vampire politics in Rosencrantz, all of us. We're going to end up helping you with vampire stuff in Rosencrantz. We're too invested in the NPC. And also, it sounds fun.
Oh yeah, totally. There's nothing that could possibly go wrong going toe to toe
Like,
against an
super
ancient
powerful.
vampire who has put all other vampire families into submission by themselves.
No, he's still asleep. It's fine.
But
He'll never
those
wake
other vampires
But
have
he
a
has.
gun.
He also hasn't gotten a compliment from Serena in his lifetime. So,
True.
You know, looking at Radovan's persuasion, you're gonna have to put a lot more points in persuasion to make a dent in the head vampire.
probably.
So, any player nominations and or kudos?
Cheers to Ishtar for being super awkward with the, I'll get him a nice bottle of wine. Oh, it has his family. Should I not get him the thing with his family on it? Radovan, I don't have an answer for you. I'm gonna get it and then immediately dip out of his room so he doesn't know who gave it to him, inspiring even more anxiety and also avoiding the consequences of buying him this bottle of wine.
Oh, don't worry. She'll pay for it later when he brings up the bottle at some point. And she's like, oh, yeah, I got that for you. Instant issues.
Doug's been bottling stuff his whole life. When do you think he's gonna uncork that?
Only because Ishtar accidentally opened the can of worms.
I also agree with the domination as well.
I agree, and I'll also give it to Jacques, as it was a great reaction. The whole like, oh, who sent this? Was it the innkeeper? No, it was my family. Opens the door. So they put alcohol in the grape. Shuts the door. Who was it?
I regret that we didn't think to clip that because that could maybe make the rounds on your Twitch.
Oh, that would have been good.
The wine and cheese thing.
I mean, you
was
can still.
another award.
Oh yeah, I can clip it in the video producer when I download this.
Yeah.
But like I gotta say, when that was brought up, like the wine part, I was also sitting there in my head debating like, what's the play? Because that could go badly, but also maybe.
We just clipped the entire conversation from when we discussed cheese all the way up until the new idea for a rogue that just stealthily gives people gifts and anxiety.
The whole "I've heard of cheese" line is what makes the clip for me.
Yeah, I'm hopefully it's a nice like minute because I think that's the max for a Twitch clip.
I mean, if you just get that like short like spitfire exchange back and forth of, you know,
Of being explained what wine
grape
is.
juice,
Get wine and then the cheese bar. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll get it.
Also, thank you, Jock, for humoring Serena and showing us around the city.
That's fun. You've only started the ball rolling. Look what you've done. He doesn't blame Serena though. He blames Ben Drake. I could melt that man at any moment. His life's in my hands. Because nothing else is.
Pity kudos to Jacques for the emotional turmoil we've dragged him through in less than a day.
It's a good kudo. He already got a pity award for that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like I said, pity kudo. He's already been through enough, and he's now on a boat.
At least he's not sick on the boat, because if I was entirely prepared for him to fail that and him make this trip miserable for everybody involved.
I also enjoyed Arthur like putting in an honest effort to find a suit for Jock, even if it wasn't what they ended up going with at the end.
Arthur being wholesome is real nice, because we're about to lose wholesome Arthur for a hot minute.
Arthur had no reason to be malicious. He was requested to do that possibly as a way to get back at Jock, and he viewed that as, oh, okay, I'll help out my friend.
I mean, it was mostly relevant, just been like, if Arthur's genuine or not, he's going to pick something terrible.
And he was pleasantly surprised.
Yeah. I mean,
They made Jock look like an Undertaker.
but go ahead, Arthur, rip, good Arthur, and a farewell award for at least like the remainder of the chapter.
But yes, kudos to Serena for kicking off the Jacques' backstory perks up in the distance, like, aha, I see my time upon the horizon.
I see. The door has been opened. Yeah, Serena for Devin just for being a good role player and getting into
And
other
Serena
characters'
just being a
stories.
delight and like trying to talk to Jacques.
She'll crack him one day.
It takes a good bit of work, but we also have like, I'm not sure if the young girl thing works for you or not, because like on one hand it's like, I mean, I can't be like too mean to her, but on the other hand, I'm a grown ass man. I'm not going to talk about my problems with a fucking child.
She's just somebody who grew up too fast.
But we are traveling as well, so you've Serena's aged what, a year? I think.
She might be 17 now.
Yes, you guys started this campaign in early summer. It's been over a year now since the campaign started canonically.
Huh? Serena is now 17.
I remember because I always tend to start my campaigns in the time of year that it is in real life.
Fair.
Jacques just pretends that he's not aging.
Any other comments or kudos? All right. Well,
DM kudo for how like actually like having the balls to just start picking on Jacques. Oh, and that's my job too. I'll melt your face. I won't, but I could.
Hell Knight just doesn't. He just has that level of like agreeable asshole. He's nice most of the time, but like he'll just say something either weird or he'll just say something like seeing someone like Jacques, I think, also just reminds him of the kids he went to college with, and he's just like, okay, I'm going to mess with you because I'm an adult now, and I realize I was scared back then for no reason.
Can you not work through your trauma on me?
Can you not do the same?
I'm not putting it on you. I'm going to take all my feelings and I'm going to put them away and push them away and never ever address them.
Also, Richard's just a character who doesn't give a shit. He's already signed his life over.
Yeah, he's obsessed with the learning of necromancy and has a kill switch in his mouth. So, like, what does he really have to lose?
But yeah, how'd you guys enjoy being dressed up for Radovin's pleasure?
I thought it was fun. I thought I was going to end up in a sundress for some reason, but
Yeah, I kind of figured you would. I'm surprised you didn't.
He's already done that, and that's not formal. Doc doesn't mind, mostly because, like any good asshole, he does soak up positive attention by pretending he doesn't care if he gets positive attention or not.
it's one of the few manipulative things that Serena has done in this campaign. Is coup over Jock to smooth out the situation.
Yeah, she does that every now and then. She compliments Jacques or distracts him so he doesn't, like, tear somebody's head off.
I do have an interesting question. How do you guys like travel sections in the games? You guys have gone through quite a bit at this point, especially this group in particular, as you guys have traveled for quite a distance.
Hit or miss, I think. There's some like,
Uh,
really good travel sections, and then there's some that were just like, yeah, it's travel.
It's pretty much if there's, like, something to prompt roleplay, or if we have something on our minds that the characters take advantage of at that moment, it makes it, like, interesting because it shows kind of, like, the slice life in between stuff while they're traveling. Having stuff to react to is nice. And then there's some where it's just, like, long pause before Cameron takes a cue to go.
Yeah, well,
Everything-
unfortunately, it's just one of
It's
those
just it's
things.
like that one. Yeah. So I don't really have much on it because there's no 100% good way to do travel. Because you can miss a lot of opportunities for bonding moments if you just skip over all of it. And you're just going to have boring ones sometimes if you go through it.
There's times where you travel for 2 months in a blink of an eye, and sometimes you travel a day over the course of 3 sessions.
Yeah.
It's
Plus, like, for right now, there's not, like, a lot of encounters or anything because we're traveling in largely by, carriage and in, more stable areas. But, like, as soon as we start hoofing it through the upper rings of Phaon, especially if we go back to Moth, we'll be back on the hit list for anything within a mile.
Yeah, it's just world traversing campaigns in general. It's just a lot of nothing, but that's how it is. Like, do you think these heroes fight monsters day to day to day to day their whole life? They'll fucking go crazy.
Nope.
But yeah, I wasn't talking about like how
Sometimes
I
life is
did it. I was just talking about like travel in general because it's just one of those things where it's like I give you guys plenty of opportunities to roleplay. You guys go to somewhere interesting. I describe some fun stuff, and then you guys do with that as you will. And sometimes it's better when the players don't take it up and just kind of let things pass because then you guys can get to what you need to do. There's lots of times where players in certain groups will feel obligated to create scenes everywhere they go. And then this whole trip could have taken 3 sessions because you guys were doing various shenanigans at like every little stop. So, like, I watch Critical Role a lot, and there's a lot of times where they're traveling from one place to another, and they'll just have a whole session in one town over something stupid like stealing hats.
Every tabletop falls into the pitfall.
So
Sometimes they end up great moments, and other times it's just filler episodes of an anime.
yeah, so it is what it is. Plus there were some player choices. I didn't know exactly how you guys were planning on getting to where you needed to go. So didn't know if you were gonna go over land or go over sea.
Which is fair. We kind of looked towards Arthur for that one because he would know best about the information anyway.
But we've had about 2 sessions since like a main story session, really. We've had 2 sessions of just travel.
As it do.
So, it's just one of those things where sometimes there's a break and sometimes you guys just need to roleplay because like after this, everything's going to be a lot more tense and less fun. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe Van Kuren has hung up his Black Sun cape and has been like, yes, I've done terrible things.
I'm
Go
retired
ahead.
and proved myself. I'm doing charity cases now.
Arthur gets there, he's like, Arthur, my boy, I thought I killed you. I'm so sorry. He just like goes in for a hug. Probably not.
Based on Arthur's mood currently, Arthur, my boy, it's been so long. Bang, bang, bang.
Then he just has to go, I deserved this. Dies.
Oh,
How
He did
uncathartic.
all for it. Kills
Oh,
him.
God, I repent for all my sins. Goes back to the
Arthur immediately finding a way, like he's
Shoots
I need
his
to kill
ghost.
a
Bam,
spirit.
bam, bam. But yeah, so it's there's a lot of fun stuff, and there's a lot of hidden lore interspersed throughout these episodes that you guys have maybe picked up on, maybe not. We'll see. Some of them relevant, some of them not. But anyway, that's going to be it for this stream. Thank everyone so much for coming. If you have not already, please follow. I'd highly appreciate it as we're making our way to affiliate. We're actually getting pretty close now. I thank my players for coming out and doing this with me 2 to 3 times a week, depending. And yeah, I've just integrated streaming into my whole life now. It's been great. It's amazing. Granted, we do get to keep these sessions in our memory. And by our memory, I mean on YouTube. But you can check me out at the Bad Luck Gamer /YouTube.com.
We didn't have any internet cutouts, so this one should be up tonight.
Yeah, I think we just had one very weird session. But anyway, see everyone later, and I'll be streaming again tomorrow at 7 a.m. Pacific, or no, 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Bye.
Bye-bye.